Hello guys, welcome. Yes. Thank you those of you guys who are over on ADs. He's grabbing a cup of coffee. We're doing the second half over here. So welcome to Truth and Transparency if you haven't been here before. It's like we're going to a rage. Or rave, what is it? Rage? Rage Against the Machine? Floydy! JJ. Yes, come on over. Miss Thing B. What's up, Michelle? Holly. Morgan, hi. Good to see you. We're going to kind of continue on with that cool show. Because I just know how much AD wants me to say that NK, did this with him. And I'm saying that in court, that has a chance to hold up. And I think that that's how he should be presenting that stuff. Because the dates all line up with when they found out, like, we got some problems. We're going to have a hard time prosecuting this. Because Nicole Atkinson was in that house. Because Nicole Atkinson took that phone. It makes it look like, and she never said that she did. So now it looks like Shanann was driving around town? Making it seem like she's alive. So, but let me see. I got something I want to show you guys, though, as we're waiting for people to trickle in. So, yesterday, I was Dave for Halloween. Yes. I want you guys to see this. Ready? I like to have fun. Work hard, play hard. Check this out. I made a little trailer.
This is a preview.
Like, totally, I'm totally laying on my back. Hey guys, it's me, Shazam. Just want to tell you a little bit about my Monday story. So,
This is a preview file. For example, use only.
Hey, chat. Welcome, AD's crowd. Come on. I'm gonna show you
I'm
guys
definitely
something.
gonna be out, so I'm gonna have to maybe make some alias names up so I can have more pages.
Yep.
Hi, Susan. I was looking to interview NK or NA.
This is a preview file. For example, use only.
2022 though, I was looking for a pair of glasses.
This is a preview file. For example, use
Really, there's, I mean, you've seen.
Hi, Sam. I am. Thank you for modding. Then I went out and bought some markers to give myself like the perfect goatee. This was yesterday.
So, absolutely not going to happen. Please, please, absolutely remove that super chat, Lana. Please.
I want to show Dave that this is my college jersey. Oh, bloody hell. Go for it, Kaz. Go for it. Go, Tammy. Get up there. Just working on my Dave game.
Hello guys, it's me, it's Shazam!
Yes, right here. I'm on my way to go pick out my Dave costume.
Crazy chick.
What's up, Anna Flapsack? Okay, yeah, that was totally supposed to be a surprise for you guys to see that Shazam. I picked her up on the way.
Let's see, camera doesn't get anything now.
I know, enough of me stalling my Dave moments. Okay, so this is
was
what
amazing.
I went back through a lot of Dave's videos and was practicing.
This is a preview file. For example use only. This is a preview file. For example use only.
Hi guys, how are you guys? Testing 1, 2, 3.
This is a preview file. For example use only. This is a preview file.
It's probably because I was sleeping with Jamie. Again, welcome to Truth and Transparency.
This is a preview file. For example use only. This is a preview file. For
See.
example use only.
I combined a Dave and AD, and I made like the perfect man for YouTube. Special shout out. This is the Halloween Hangover episode, so we're gonna talk all about NK.
This is a preview file. For example use only.
Thank you, Susan. For that $2, I definitely will. So let's see what I decided to do then.
Yeah. I'll edit, fix it, and do everything I have to. How about I do this?
This is my humor.
What Heather did in misleading us all is completely and utterly fucking wrong.
You did it too.
Of course she's a lesbian.
Jesus Christ. So I literally spent hours trying to like talk like him. And so what I realized is if I went out, let me show you guys. So I went out and got cotton balls, and I put cotton balls in my mouth. Well, these were like huge. I was like, holy crap. So you can unroll them. So I unrolled these super jumbo cotton balls to make the perfect, because I could talk, I felt like, more like him. And then so I started to say these words like, Jamie, Ronnie and Cindy and Jamie. You fucking psychos. You vile. So I had to practice this over and over. So I got cotton balls to do it. I had to watch this man. Because I said if I'm going to do it, I'm going to be enrolled.
And a mother?
She's a mother. What the fuck is he talking about? You guys, I caught this back before, but I don't think I ever stopped. What is he talking about? So cheers, welcome. Heather's sleeping with Jamie. Sleeping with Jamie. How's her husband?
Sick. Fucking twisted.
Twisted.
The three of you up there. I feel so sorry for the poison.
Poison.
The poison that you instill into the people in your chat.
Poison.
And
Poison.
we share so
many subscribers.
of the same subscribers.
Subscribers.
Out that, you know, the private conversations that you went and had, private,
The nerve.
you decided to turn the whole thing into a shenan bashing competition on your channel.
Competition.
Okay? Do people agree with how Shenan raised her children? Do people agree with what she was possibly like as a mum?
She's
Do people agree that she was probably a bitch to Chris? Probably.
probably.
The woman is dead. Let her rest in peace.
I can't
She
believe
was fucking
murdered.
murdered.
She was
And
fucking
you act like she's
murdered.
the Antichrist. I was there.
I was
None of
there.
yous. Fucking none of yous. You, Star Mama,
Mia. Star Mama.
none of you
Star Mama.
have been in the presence of both Ronnie and Cindy and Jamie.
He's like, you have never been in the presence of both Cindy and Ronnie. That's two, that's both, but Jamie. Again, welcome to the transparency. Star Mama.
Good luck. I hope after we can be friends.
So, a little bit about me is I love Rocky IV. Love it. Well, Dave was playing a bunch of his Coming to America, all this stuff about America. So to close out this take session that I did, I was like, oh my God, my favorite movie has an episode or like a, I should say like a little, skit in here where I can be like, oh my God, I can tell him that, hey, this is just, for funsies right here. So right here, I get that on record right here.
I hope so. Of course.
Right here, us saying that we can be friends.
Good luck. I hope after we can be friends. I hope so. Of course. They're sportsmen, not soldiers.
Enjoy the fight.
And then what better to have Apollo Creed coming down from the rafters singing Living in America. Hey, April, thank you. So yeah, that's how the intro went. Wanted you guys to be able to see that. So again, welcome to the transparency. AD's on his way here in a little bit. Something, if you guys have never been over to my channel, I started up that nonprofit. It was always designed to help people, not just the Watts family. And that's what I've been trying to do. Unfortunately, people have taken it upon themselves to not be honest and make up stuff. So Dave came over yesterday, and he wanted me to stop saying that his name was Seeking the Puss with Dave. And I said, okay, fair. You have to stop defaming my nonprofit. So we'll see if he wants to take back his comments, but he told me that, Fight for a Family is a joke and all this stuff, and I'm just like, No, actually, Fight for Family is like legit. Like it's a 501c3 nonprofit. It's all there. It's all legit. And Jamie was going to be doing Jamie's journal, and until you get Jamie on your show to say otherwise, just please don't talk about my nonprofit because you look like a fool. It only took him 2 years to understand that Lana was right and that Nicole Atkinson was in that house. And his obsession with NK is real. And I don't have emotions when I do cases. I stick with the facts. I think of things as how something, what would make it in court, what wouldn't. And everything with the Watts case was very, very problematic for court. So that was always how I've been with things. When your star witness is going to be Nicole Atkinson, you got some serious hurdles. Let's see how I can do this. I want to make sure that. I think is Chicken Lady in chat. If so, I want to send this on over to you. So it's coming in hot like a spider. Whoopsies. There it is. You should have that link, love. Hopefully that worked out for you. All right. So since I never can see chat over when I'm on ADs, if you guys have questions, write them in and I'll answer them until, he gets over here. But for the most part is I want to be able to answer your guys' questions. So yeah. She's here? Okay, awesome. Good. Hi, Chicken Lady. Bok, bok. If NA was in the house, how did Shanann get taken out and the children without NA stopping it? Well, I think just NA was in that house before 8:30 a.m., whether she got there, right before 8:30 a.m. or whether she slept there. It's way bigger of a house than people think. Also, if she did sleep there, I've always said that she slept in the basement, and it wasn't some gruesome, somebody running around, being chased with knives and a bloody scene and people screaming and stuff like that. These are people that were smothered to death. No way to scream, So, again, it's not so much that I want everybody to focus on if she slept there. It's that know for a fact that she was there before 8:30 a.m. Let me see. Somebody else just wrote a question. Does the plea agreement supersede any prosecution misconduct due to due process? Yeah, I mean, that would be considered. With Jane, with any attorney that would take this on, they would be looking at everything. As for where the misconduct would come in, I don't necessarily. I think it would be on his lawyers, his own lawyers, if they knew something. So why would you ever tell somebody to be taking a plea deal if you don't even know what happened? If your client is saying he didn't know what happened, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're giving advice to take a plea deal, and that's what they were saying is we're just trying to save his life. We're just trying to save his life. I think that they knew that the Wattses were not, they were out there and not with it and understanding things and naive and stuff like that. So, hi, AD.
Damn, you just caught me eating a sandwich.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, I never pay attention to me. Cheers, my dear. How are you?
Oh, wait, here, cheers. I saved. Here you go. Cheers.
I said I'd start drinking. I've got a gallon of whiskey here.
I just wanted you to see. I don't know if you got to see this. I don't know if anybody showed you this part where I just want you to see this.
People agree with how
This is me.
Shanann raised the children? Do people agree with what she was possibly like as a mum.
Mom?
The people.
I was practicing, you know what I mean? So I was explaining how I had to get into role. So cheers.
Favorite last for Dave, right? Favorite last.
Yes, and I was trying to answer some questions because I never can when I'm over there on your channel.
No.
I say like, okay, so did they have landline phones I can see in the office and on a bedroom side table? Yeah, no, they didn't have landlines, not that I knew of. If they had landlines, a lot of times people would have a landline, but not actually have the phone because they get the landline with their bundle price with cable.
Lana, I've got a landline. I never used it once in my life.
Yeah, so you could a lot of people might even have a landline.
Have it because there's Wi-Fi, right?
Well, you have it based on your whatever plan you're rolling with. So.
I don't think anyone's ever phoned me on that number.
Cheers. Let's see.
What are you drinking? Whiskey?
It's cinnamon whiskey, yeah.
Go on. You have no shame about drinking whiskey. No shame about going lap dancing. No shame of doing sexual stuff. No, and there's me. I've got to be white as white can be. I can't do anything. It's horrible being a man.
Well, it's horrible being a woman. Look at all these women. They're crazy on me.
Well, that's true, yeah. That's true.
No, I have no shame in being me.
No.
I don't have shame in being me. But I mean,
No
I joke around, if me saying I go to the strip clubs and stuff like that. Come on, I don't go to the strip clubs every day. I try to bust balls with that, but I work hard. I play hard.
But it's not something you don't hide. Nothing. You're just there, aren't you? You're just there. Here I am. Take me as I am. Right?
Sure.
Good. Wish we could all be like that.
Well, here, hide to all the glitz right there.
I've never been in.
Yeah, consider subbing. I didn't make it subs only. I try to just let people kind of, if they want to sub, they want to sub. But yeah, would love.
I never come onto other people's channels that ever watch channel. Never, because
everyone's gonna say that I totally gave you a blowjob to come on my channel. Just
definitely.
Dave is gonna say probably Jamie and Ronnie and Cindy are gonna tell everybody that I gave you a blowjob to come on my channel.
Long distance,
because I was sleeping with Jamie.
Well, I must be pretty big if you're giving me one of those from where we are.
Right?
I
can teleport, man.
I'd love to be able to teleport. Imagine that. Easy. I get travel sick, right? Imagine,
you do?
Yeah, terrible travel sick on especially coaches, like big coaches. Anyway, imagine that. It would save a lot of trouble and time, wouldn't it? Teleporting. Yeah, I just don't know that if you were molecules were all taken apart here and put into your house, if I'd come back looking the same. I'd fear that my molecules, like my nose, would be on my arm or something. I don't see how you could ever teleport, really. But it's something to think about.
Look at us. We look like we're kissing right now. I'm just having fun over here, guys. Again, I want to thank my mods. You guys have your hands full, I'm sure.
I can only see your head. I can't see the rest of you. That's
you can't see me?
Yeah, I can see your face, but you're like one of those French mime artists, right? I expect you to go behind a wall a minute and start.
Oh, because I guess they have probably black on.
Yeah.
I was just trying to answer some people's questions because I never get to do that over there. Do you think that NA will ever tell her story? I don't think that she's allowed. I think that no. I think that that's the whole problem. Is that that's law enforcement. I mean, they're covering for her. She's covering for them. I don't know if they've ever told each other that. But if it's like that, just a non-said thing.
Do you think they might be covering for NK as well? A little bit.
Well, I think that is it possible that NK was, I mean, given it, people say well, do you think that NK got a deal or something?
Well, what's the bombshell evidence, Lana? Oh yeah, I went around Chris's house one night. What's the bombshell evidence?
Of what?
I've listened to all of NK's 5 hours. I don't see any bombshell evidence that Rourke's on about. She came to us with bombshell evidence. What was it? Where is it?
Maybe she shows that she was there that night.
Thank you.
I know. I knew that would get you going there.
Well, maybe she did. But that's like you say, the same as they're protecting lots of people, aren't they?
They're protecting themselves. They're protecting themselves. They don't care about other people. That's the whole thing that I think people are missing.
They don't want a trial, do they?
I don't. I'm protecting my job. I'm protecting my other police officers because I don't want them to get in trouble. But people aren't protecting, like when people say like, oh, they're protecting NA or NK, or they don't give a shit about those people. I'm sorry, but they care about their jobs. They care about their careers.
Reputations and everything else, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that, the family usually has to agree to do like a plea deal. So for them to plead out Chris, that's where I think that if I was the Rusiks, I'd be pissed. Because you have a job to... If we're taking a plea deal, then my daughter is going to be cleared and she's not going to be, and that's just not what happened. It kind of like backfired.
Why do you think Kessinger's dad was in on the interview then?
Because they let him. Because why? I mean, I would call my dad. I mean, if you have a good relationship with your parents, I mean, who wouldn't you? Who wouldn't?
If you were the police, would you? I guess they do allow parents to come in to the interviews, do they? Because she's a witness, right? Not a suspect, so.
It just tells me that it was very, informal. She's coming here on her own. Yeah. She called them. They wanted to see what they can get out of her. I mean, I don't know why people make a big deal about that. Like, you can interview her so many times. Like, just see what she's going to say. Then you're going to interview her again. And you have to think about it this way. They didn't know there would be a deal on the table the first time that they were going to talk to NK. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, sure. I mean, you want her to be here? Yeah. What are you going to say? Again, you could say no, but why? Why say no? See what you can get out of somebody. No one's going to say no to that.
Why do you think that no one's sued Anandarko for not having any cameras on the oil site and having, not having CCTV, not having a guard, not having, they could be sued for not protecting those children from that horrible way of death. No one's ever mentioned that within the family.
Like a wrongful death?
Yeah, because it was two other occasions, wasn't there? At Firestone and Mead, where they were told by the government, the local government, you've got to put CCTV in all your places. You've got to have a guard on the door. You've got to have gates. We've had enough of this, right? And they were warned. And now they've been caught again with no guards, no CCTV, and people murdered on their premises when they've been told to provide CCTV, gates, and guards, right? So where's all those ambulance chasing lawyers in your country saying, look, you've got to sue these people? You can get millions.
I think I think the issue that lies with a lot of this is they don't live there. Like, they live in North Carolina. These families live in North Carolina. If they lived in Colorado, both of these families live in Colorado, I think everything would have been different.
That's true.
So but they live in North Carolina.
You're talking about multi-millions, though, Lana. It's not like a few quid, I'm surprised that no lawyers, none of these oil-fed lawyers have got hold of the Rusiks and said, look, you do realise that they're breaching all these regulations.
These people in Colorado don't even know about the Chris Watts case. Lawyers.
No, because you went there, didn't you?
Yep. They don't. There's no one like...
You did all that work to get a credible lawyer for Chris to do a 35C, and he just goes, what, I don't want to do it? Is that what happened?
Gutless. Wait, what's the problem here, Dave? Hi, Dave. How can I help you?
Gutless.
Gutless about what? What? Dave, what's wrong here? Did you super chat me? Did I not see it? I don't know. I don't know if he wants something, but Dave, if you want to talk about something, you can email me. We can set up a live. Please take your super chat back, Dave.
Take the super chat back.
I'm just kidding, Dave.
I do agree. You can take super chat back, by the way.
Yeah, I just learned that. I mean, I would just never think that. Why would you ever super chat somebody? You're super chatting them for a reason. What do you mean to take it back? Like, that's just super weird.
No, you wouldn't take it back, would you? No.
Fuck no, I wouldn't take it back.
No.
No, I said you could keep it. Why I didn't take back the super chat. He's a bit mad about my outfit.
Oh yeah. Well, so, I don't want to talk about Dave because
I didn't know what he. I just try to. Hey, Mod Squad, just if he's being, who's ever being rude, it doesn't matter. We don't handle that. We know that. So yeah. Anyways, back to what we were saying is, neither family lived there. You had just asked something. But yeah, neither family living there. I think that was a big issue. obviously they told the family, hey, we're going to cut this deal. He's going to plead to everything. He's going to plead to everything. Versus right now, he has been saying that Shanann killed the kids. So we're going to get him to plead out to all of this stuff. Oh my God, well, why? You know, I want, you know, however that conversation went down, they're going to say, we don't want you guys to have to, you know, go through a trial and da-da-da if we just do this. I mean, maybe they never told the Rusiks the truth, but the truth of the matter is that it was going to be a very, very difficult case to prosecute. And we don't, like, I mean, do you think that Rorik wants to see somebody like Chris Watts get off because there's no way to, like,
technicality?
Yeah. And not even like so much a technicality. It's just going to be like when how bad things look.
Well, they haven't got much evidence, Lana, have they? I don't see DNA evidence.
Well,
I don't see DNA in his truck. I don't see DNA in the house. I don't see blood in the house. I don't see the smell of blood, the death in the house. I don't see any proof that Chris killed anyone. Whether he did or not, irrelevant. I don't see any proof.
And
other than he said he, gone out. Other than he said he did. Is that proof? Do you know over 300 people admitted to being Jack the Ripper?
And they
you
weren't,
can't
right?
just say, "Oh, you said you did it. That's it." You have to prove you did it.
Yeah, you got to prove you did it. But I mean, this is my thing. That when you're going to tell somebody to take a plea deal, you're going to be the voice for the family. You're going to be the voice for the victims. So then you better be that voice. And I always said if I was the Rusiks, I would be suing Weld County because they didn't do that. To this day, you know, you got Frank Sr. going on news saying that he's being bullied and all these things, which I believe that is happening through like these trolls and stuff like that. But then Plunder gives Frankie Jr. something to release that has to do with NK. Why are you even messing with that? Like, that to me just is so far out there to even think, well, here, I'll give it to the family if they want to release it first. I get that just because you're being, like, that was awesome of the person to do that, being Plunder. But if I'm the Rusiks, I don't want any part of that.
Well, they got Super Chat for it, haven't they? You got Fortune in Super Chat for releasing it first. He released it first on his channel.
Yeah, but I understand it. But think about, I'm saying, I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you're doing it for silly super chats, but you don't want anybody. You would not want anything to do with that. You know.
No, I don't think they should.
You want to stand by. When you do something like that, then basically you have no leg to stand on for anybody else that is out there making money off of off of anything. Because I think that's their big, stop talking about it, or don't do this or don't do that. But then you go ahead and you release something on your channel, well, then you're doing the same thing.
Well, you've already done that. You've already been on Dr. Phil. Come on, once you've done that, people are going to talk about it.
You could be on Dr. Phil. If Dr. Phil wants to, have you on there, to tell your story, whatever. But you say something.
But that's not going to stop people talking about the case. That's going to make people talk about the case.
Yeah, I would never be that person to say to stop talking about the case. I would never be making those comments. I think those are just...
it doesn't work anyway.
Ignorant
you can't
comments.
Control people. I'm afraid you can't control people. And if you think you can, you're mistaken. I can't even control my dog, let alone the whole world.
Let's go back to facts here. So, like, when I first came out and said, I know that I'm about to, like, literally make everybody go crazy here when I start talking about this whole NA stuff, okay? But let's talk about facts here. Let's talk about this. Who has what to lose? So when NK gave her interview and she said, why would he do something like that? I knew that he had kids. And she says a very important phrase, which is, what did he think? I was just going to be like, your family's gone, and not even question like where his family is? When she says that, it's like, she's right. Like, What do you think? Chris is just going to say to me, oh my God, my family's missing. Okay, do you want to go out to dinner? Oh my God, I haven't seen my family in like a year now or 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, what? The thought of I'm going to annihilate my whole family so that I could be with Nicole Kessinger doesn't make any sense.
No, because it can't happen.
Hold on though. What does make sense? And nobody wants to talk about this. This would be the only aspect of it. She never said in her interview that she knew about the baby. Do I think that she did? That's here nor there. She mentions the 2 girls. She never says, what is he, it was, I knew that he had 2 daughters, she never mentioned about her knowing about, not saying that she did or she didn't, but did Chris think that was going to be a deal breaker in their relationship?
Well, she did.
That is the only motive.
It's on Facebook over the baby.
Hold on. That is the only motive, in my opinion, that anybody could pin on Chris, is the motive of the baby. The unborn child would be the only thing in the mind of Chris, because Chris doesn't have minds like everybody else. How, he would think is that, okay, yeah, she knows about my daughter. She knows that we're going through this. She does not know, out of my mouth, I've never told her that Shanann's pregnant, expecting a kid, or anything like that. So could Shanann have said when she came home, I'm going to, you think you're going to be all happily ever after with your little girlfriend? Well, wait till she finds out that I'm pregnant. Did she even know that, Chris? Blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that. Anybody that wants to sit here and talk about that, oh, he didn't want to pay child support or alimony or anything like that, I'm telling you guys, that is the least of what Chris is thinking, only because he would have been way better off just paying her child support because of all the crap that the money and everything. He was going to be way better off. Paying her child support came nowhere near to what they were paying for the kids to go to Primrose, that type of a mortgage. Everything about it.
Let's just talk about his Facebook. He deleted his Facebook. Do you think Chris Watts never mentioned it on his Facebook that Shanann was pregnant? Because Shanann was putting it everywhere, right?
Shanann would
We're having a baby.
Shanann would just tag him. So when you get tagged, it's whatever her post is going to be on his page. The day that she found
15 weeks pregnant on his page. Look, his girlfriend obviously knows his Facebook. Everything that Shanann posts goes onto his.
She didn't have social media. She didn't have
social media.
She didn't have Facebook, meaning she would if you're not on Facebook, then just like Instagram.
Well, you don't think she ever Googled Shanann Watts?
Oh yeah, she.
So you don't think that she ever saw either of their Facebooks? Come on, Lana. Of course she knows. Of course she knows.
No. I'm not saying that she hadn't. What I'm trying to explain to people is that how he would think. Okay, he's thinking this way. He's never told her.
Not physically, no.
About the baby. Okay, so he's a dumbass in thinking that I don't think she knows because I never told her. You don't think that she, like you just said, you don't think that she looked you up?
Hasn't Shanann got the picture of the baby in her stomach in her house?
Well, but hold on. Because this works 2 ways. Listen. As easily as he could say, I never told her, then it's like, okay, well, you never thought that she looked you up? Well, if she looked me up, guess what? She never told me either. She never said, is Shanann pregnant? You get what I'm saying? So, like, they could both say it back and forth. And I'm going to tell you why it both works out for them. She wants to act like she doesn't know because it looks so bad. No, who wants to be a homewrecker of somebody that's pregnant? Nobody wants to be that, so I'll just act like I don't know about it.
Well,
and then he's over here, anyway. I don't want to fucking tell her about it because then I look like a shitbag, you know?
Yeah, but he's got 2 children anyway. So she's a homewrecker anyway. What's the difference?
I'm telling you from girl standpoint of, no, it's not the same. Wait, she's pregnant with your kid right now? Like... That's
worse than having the babies from before. I understand that. Yeah.
Especially depending on what type of backstory you're saying, which is we sleep in separate beds and blah, blah, whatever.
can't
I don't believe
that she didn't know that Shanann was pregnant. But I agree that they could be like blindsided each
No,
other.
they both knew. They just didn't tell each other.
Yeah, some sort of on-set thing, like elephant in the room, like, you know.
And if they did talk about it, it's just then you have to look at the psyche of why didn't NK ever say it? So that's just what leads me to believe that it was just this non-said thing. And that's like me saying, okay, you guys all say, oh, NK had to look her up on Facebook. Okay. Well, then I want you guys to all say the same thing, which is Shanann had to look at her fucking phone bill.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's no different.
I agree with both of them.
It's so...
There's nothing more suspicious than a wife that's suspicious you're having an affair. I've been through this road. I know this.
Yeah, and she would have been... So my thing is this. Let's say right now I told you that I think Chris was telling the truth in his interview, which was that he believes the reason that he killed Shanann is because she did something to the kids. Okay. Or said that she was going to hurt the kids and then he took her down, then realized, oh my God, what did I just do? Now she's dead, the kids are still there, and he ends up, I mean, who would ever go? But all I'm trying to say is that prior to that night, everybody's alive. Within 3 hours, everybody's dead except for him, right?
Yeah. But from what I'm saying...
So what would have happened in a 3-hour period for that to be the outcome?
They gave a couple of clues that this all happened early in the morning, not when she arrived. Like they said, well, we had an argument that morning, you know. You didn't say we had an argument that night. Almost like the worst argument was after we had some sleep. Which it could have kicked off late, I mean, like much later towards the 5 a.m. than the 1:48, you know, like that. I think it's on that end of the scale. From what I read in what was said.
Well, people are patterns of behaviors. Shanann cared about what everybody thought about her. So prior to going away to Arizona, see, I don't know what people thought about Chris. Not into the standpoints of I'm going to act like I have stuff that I don't have. That's not the same.
No, he wanted to be seen as a good guy.
He just didn't want people to. What Chris cared about is Chris was I don't want you talking about me. That's all. Like, so what he cared about is I don't want to be in the limelight of any type of way. But my interactions with him, he most definitely is not afraid to tell you what he wants. So like when he called me the one day and said, I don't want any of this online stuff. I'm like, well, I'm not online. I don't have a YouTube channel. So I don't know why you're telling me this because I'm not the one. Go talk to, Kim Kaufman. But see, then none of that made any sense. You're telling me that you don't want any of this YouTube bullshit. Well, why did Kim Kaufman ever go on YouTube to begin with then?
Yeah.
Oh, because your mom told her to do it because, well, here go, you go make some, go make some money. That's the same thing that Cindy told me. Lana, you can write this book. I'm like, I'm not fucking writing a book, Cindy. I don't want to write a book. That's not what I'm doing here. I want to help people. I thought that you guys wanted help. I thought that you guys wanted to find out what happened to your grandkids. Because I give 2 fucks about Chris. Why can't we talk about these babies?
Yeah.
Why can't we talk about the kids?
Yes.
And you know what? Fuck your son. You should be saying that. So I said to Cindy, it's okay not to pick up his call when he calls and you're at the baseball game of a grandkid. He's still going to be there. He's not going anywhere. He doesn't have anyone. So you pick up the phone when it's convenient, that your mindset can be on him. But if you're doing something, don't let yourself get out of whack because he called you. Who cares? Okay? And also, you want some answers? Stop sending him money on his books. Stop doing this, stop doing that. He's not going anywhere. He doesn't have anyone. So stop. You want some answers, you should already have them. He doesn't remember. Well, let's see how quickly he starts remembering when he doesn't have any money.
Yeah, good one. And he's stronger than people think. I saw this interview where he's talking to his mum and dad, and Cindy started being a little bit nasty about Shanann. He said, "Stop there. She's a wonderful woman." So he's not as weak as we all think.
No, yeah, he's not. No,
he will take the lead.
But what he's easily done is he does not have the internet. So he has no idea what's going on out here.
No.
So my big bitch was, people laughed when I did this. I said, I'm sending out 4 different itineraries or 5, and I'm going to have all you guys thinking that I'm doing all these other, You have no idea what I'm doing then. Oh, this was leaked, or this was leaked, or Lana's doing this, or Lana's doing that. Okay, sounds great. I want it all out there for a reason. Now you guys can all think that. So who's telling Chris anything? Because Chris can't find any of this out.
Well,
so how would Chris know that people are being harassed or anything?
Isn't it Kaufman telling him? Isn't she controlling him?
Well, because
or
it
other
was
people,
cut off.
Anna, or whoever was in
cut
control
off.
at the time, you know?
That was cut off. This was like, he cut Kaufman off, no problems asked. He took away her Zoom and took her off the visiting list and never talked to her again January 30th or something like that. Okay. She flips out on me on February 2nd. I mean, lost her shit. Motherfucked me up and down. And I said, I don't know, it's not my fault.
She owes you responsible for her losing her place in society.
But there was no places to be lost. It was just, why aren't you going to get a lawyer for him? I'm just going to Denver. You can come too. How it got to where it got is because it was, I mean.
Did you get Gillespie or did he just appear?
I have no idea. I've never talked to that guy in my life. I've only heard his voice recordings and he's a drunk.
Okay.
You know, it's one thing if you could be a functioning alcoholic, but he's neither.
Would you say that Chris Watts has he got some problems up there? Is he intelligent? Would you say he's like...
No, I think he's like any typical guy. I think guys are oblivious to a lot of things. I mean, I listen to... No, Like I keep saying it over and over and over. Chris doesn't know what's going on out here. He has to be told that. He's being told things. So I went back to the family and I said, who is telling Chris stuff to the point that Chris would ever want to stop anything? Meanwhile, okay, so Kim G, she's been around since 2020. Nobody even knows about her. Until Kim Kaufman is no longer in the picture, and now Kim G has to be fussy. Why? Well, because we have to derail this. Because Cindy wouldn't cut ties. Cindy wouldn't cut ties.
Has he looked up? Has he studied the 35C? Did he go in the law books and look at it?
He said that God wanted him to fight. He told me that something was weird about, and I was just like, I never cared what Chris had to say. I never asked him questions because I don't care what Chris has to say. Chris, why do I care what Chris has to say? Chris doesn't even know what happened. Like when I say Chris doesn't know what's going on in his own life. He was enamored by some girl for the past 6 weeks prior to his whole family being annihilated. What Chris could tell you about anything of those 6 weeks is, well, I just went to work and I just was messaging with NK and met her up every night, was having sex with her, made sure that I FaceTime with my family to try to, make it so that Shanann didn't know what was going on. He was covering up an affair. The man was not plotting a murder. He was covering up an affair. That's all he was doing for those 6 weeks.
You said, and stop yourself, Chris didn't even know what happened.
Yeah, in his life. Like, he doesn't know what was going on in his life. Chris doesn't
know
what
happened that night, right? Because he says he can't remember. Do you believe that he can't remember? Or is he covering for someone?
Do I think he's covering? Why would you cover for somebody that killed your kids? I'd want to kill the person that killed my kid.
Why does he say he can't remember then?
Because he doesn't want to talk about it. But then you have to ask yourself, well, I thought he already did talk about it. Remember what he said in Wisconsin? That's why I always said, I don't want to talk to Chris. KK's over here like, well, Chris can help us. And I'm like, Chris doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. I said, I don't need him. And trust me, he doesn't know about his own life because Shanann didn't tell him anything about his life.
Why do you think he didn't get a
Shanann
lawyer?
ran the, you know what I mean?
Why didn't he get a lawyer when he's being questioned? Did you ask him that? Why didn't he lawyer up like day one?
Never asked him that. You'd have to ask KK.
Seems a bit strange, doesn't it, really?
I don't think anybody was asking him anything.
If you did commit these murders, wouldn't you, first thing you do is get a lawyer and say, I'm not saying nothing? You know
what I would do?
What would you do?
I would never be in the situation, AD.
No, but if you were and you committed a murder...
Oh, shit. I can't even think like I mean...
Would you get a lawyer or not? Of course you would. Unless you're just going to go, I did it. I did everything. Lock me up. how many child killers literally come out voluntary and tell the police how they did it? Like, this is what I did. Da, 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 da. Voluntary. If there's no witnesses and no proof, how many child killers want to paint themselves as a child killer, which more or less is signing their death warrant if ever they get in general population? What they do is say, I didn't do it. Why does he say he did it when he's under no pressure to say those things, but he just says it?
When did he say? We don't know that he.
Wisconsin, he admitted killing the kids and how he killed them.
Oh, according to KK, he was taking them on a ride. And I said,
according to Chris Watts, he killed them. He smothered both of them. That's what he said.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying when I said, so I made it perfectly clear to KK, hey, if he's saying that he didn't kill his kids, it's one thing. Like, I'd be willing to put my time into things. But I need to know that. So KK lied to me and said, oh my God, yeah, duh. And I'm like, oh, he said that to you? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I understand that. But I'm just telling you, all my years of studying crime, I've only seen child killers admit to it when they're cornered. Absolutely cornered, and they can't get out of it. He's admitted doing it when he wasn't cornered at all, which seems to me he's taking the blame. You tell me a killer who's admitted to killing kids with no proof.
Why would they go out there? Why did they go out to Wisconsin?
Because
of what? Something had to have happened. Something happened. There was a phone call, in my opinion. There was a phone call that was recorded, in my opinion, and it was turned over. Okay,
well, here's the truth, right? I discovered the shadows. We bombarded Rourke with the shadow. He had to go to the Caledonian paper and said, the girls were alive. I saw the shadow under the truck. He went to. He did that, and then the next week he sent the team to Wisconsin, knowing the girls were alive. I can prove that, Lana. I don't need to. You can look it up yourself. It's a Caledonian. He said in the sentencing that he carried the kids out one by one like rubbish, and they were all dead. And then he had to retract after I found the shadows, and we bombarded him. He retracted and said the girls were alive because I saw the shadow under the truck, and repeated what I said verbatim. And then, once the girls were alive, he had to tell the parents they're alive, and that's when all this blew up on Dr. Phil going to Wisconsin, Chris saying, yeah, they were alive. You told me they were alive. I'd admitted it.
Okay.
That's what he said.
So let me ask you this. So he puts his two kids alive in his vehicle, right? With Shanann, right?
I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Where do you? So Shanann wasn't on the floor.
No.
So you just believe part of what he's saying then?
No, I believe the facts. There's no blood in the truck.
Why would there be blood?
Someone's dead. There's going to be the smell of death. There's going to be leakage from the ears, from the nose, from the parts, everywhere.
If I choked you out, AD, there's going to be no blood.
Do you know what happens to a dead body after it's dead?
But he wrapped the body in the sheet.
The sheet's not going to stop the seepages coming out. You've got many orifices. I don't want to get technical.
Okay,
there's going to be leakage.
That's fine. Let's just say sounds great. All right.
But there was nothing in the truck.
But there was a hit, but they just never went back to it because who knows why they didn't, because that's just stupidity. But let's just say this. Do you know how many phone calls he made with his daughters in the back seat of that vehicle? He was making phone calls, and that you're going to have them in the back seat, possibly talking at some point, for somebody to then be able to hear that your kids were in a vehicle with you.
It's impossible. The kids weren't in the vehicle all the way there. Impossible. Impossible. And they're not going to sit in the back of the truck while he buries the mother. It's all rubbish. There's other people involved.
So hold on. Wait. Then we're going to get back.
Other people are involved.
So then we're going to get back to this. Hold on. You can't sit here and say, so you believe that, so we have Wisconsin and we have what he said originally. Right? Hmm. And so what you're doing is you're picking out what you want from it. And all I'm trying to say is,
I'm just saying the girls were alive.
If the girls were in a different car and Shanann was in a different car, which I'll give you that. Let's say that that's true. Okay. Right. Why in the world would you ever take them to your work site.
I don't believe he did. That's the thing. I believe there's other people involved. That's what I believe. I don't believe those kids were sat in the back there with their mum on the floor.
Do you believe that this was premeditated?
I keep flinging one to the other. I'm not sure. I mean,
if you think other people were involved, you'd have to think that.
The problem I've got is the synchronized oil leak on the Friday where Chris is getting a fire stick. He just happens to hear there's an oil leak and he goes, right, I'll go there Monday before you all turn up. I'm not saying it's premeditated or not, but that is a huge sign of premeditation because the coincidence factor is too high. There's an oil leak. He's given a fire stick on his day off to the bloke who's getting reported there's a leak.
Well, then guess what? They are the stupidest fucking people in the world. If this was premeditated, you would have already gotten a lawyer. If this was premeditated, other people are involved. You don't even have a choice. They're going to tell you that you're already you're going to be lawyered up because you're not taking us down. You get what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't they think that he is going to go and sing like a canary? The little fucking idiot that he is.
We didn't see the plan. Due to your friend Atkinson, we never saw the plan.
What I'm saying is that loose lips sink ships.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I mean, to this day, it's not like Chris has visitors or random people meeting up with him. Chris is not a planner type of a person. Other people make the plans for him. I mean, that's just. But does Chris know what he wants and likes in life? Absolutely. But Chris is a pussy in terms of this. He got caught up as a little, he got caught up with the Shanann stuff, and then he kind of let himself go in a sense. Then when they started taking that Thrive stuff, he starts getting in shape because that's what he's focused on, because he's not even, before NK came along, he wasn't even, he started to lose. It was just, who wants to be in a marriage where someone's living in your house? That's the worst thing ever. It just wasn't, it sucked for him. It was sucked. But to say that there was a plan and then Chris wouldn't have had a lawyer and you would never take them to the work site. And then even you're trying to say that, well, somebody was just that wasn't the plan. They were going to go somewhere else. I mean, Chris could have just threw them on the side of the road at any point in time.
What if he's just a weak link in this plan and everybody
Chris
else
knew that there was a camera
What
right
if there's
there?
a plan that he only agrees to do, but it's being run by someone else, not him? He wouldn't lawyer up. It's all under control. It's all under control.
You would make sure that he lawyers up because you don't need him taking down your whole operation. That's think of a drug operation. It's the same thing. You're not going to.
No, he didn't even lawyer up when he was being interviewed for murder. So how's he going to lawyer up before the event? It's not how he thinks, is it?
No,
lawyers
no.
aren't on his
He
compass,
wouldn't
are
do
they?
it. Somebody else would be like, you don't have a choice. He would have had a burner phone at that point. If you're saying that all of this was, some plan, and because it has a lot to do with money and Anadarko and all that crap, you're talking about burners. You're talking about.
Yep.
And so, I think that he would have it because you don't know what he's going to say.
Okay, you've seen NK's phone records. I'm sure you know them off by heart, more or less. Why do you think NK phoned Jim on more than 12 occasions? Immediately she put the phone down on Chris.
I'm sorry. What would my thing?
Right, there's at least 12 occasions when when Chris is talking to NK, that when the phone finishes, she immediately phones Jim. Straight after the phone call with Chris. On at least 12 occasions. Either NK phones him.
Let me tell you, I do that all the time with my friends because let me tell you why I do that with my friends. Because normally I set up a block of time that I'm not doing something, so this is my time to call people. So I make my phone calls in a certain order as well because I make my phone calls to bestie order. I'm calling this best friend and then I'm calling that best friend, but it's in the order of these are my go-tos, these are my peeps. NK is she's everybody's your patterns of behavior.
Patterns of behavior are important. Why does NK phone Jim after
because she
every phone call?
Because she always does.
Well, she doesn't do it when she phones other people. Why does she phone Jim after she phones Chris, but not other people?
Because she probably talks to him about Chris.
She said that she never spoke to about Chris. Jim knows nothing to do with this. He doesn't even know about Chris. Quote. So he's changed your mind now. So he's talking.
No, I'm not changing my mind on anything.
NK,
I'm not changing my mind on
told
anything.
me.
I just told you. I'm giving you options. I'm not saying that's what I. Why? Well, because she always calls him because she wanted to
The
talk to
option
him.
you gave me is that she's probably talking to Jim about Chris.
That's what I would think. Why would I call? Or right after? Oh, because like that's what I normally do in the mornings. I call Chris, then I call Jim every morning before I go to work. I don't know.
No, because she phones him all times a day after she's talked to Chris, but not after she talked to her dad, not after she talked to her
She
friends.
started
not
talking
after
to her
she
dad every morning once that.
Look, you've got to
homicide
understand.
happened.
She only does it after talking to Christopher Lee Watts. Have you got that? She doesn't do it on any other phone calls.
So what's your point?
My point is, he's obviously talking about Chris to Jim, whatever the heck.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yes. But
Okay,
I want
so
you
then
to
what's-
understand it. I want you to understand it. She only does it when she's talking to Chris, not anyone else. But
Well, what
she
do you,
said,
yeah, well, because that's
well,
like
my point
because
is,
she's not
Lana,
talking to
let me-
another guy. I think that she uses Jim to bounce ideas off of, like if this dude's playing her or not. Because
agree.
Jim's over here worried that she's getting played or some shit. I don't know what their
I
kinky
agree.
asses do.
I agree. Now listen. So why does she say Jim didn't know Chris? Leave him out of this.
Because because that was her way of saying he doesn't know Chris. He does. You have to look at it this way. He doesn't know Chris. That is a true statement. He doesn't know Chris. True. Everybody wants to take the. You want to take
Chris.
somebody's words and just, oh my God, it's got to be. No, somebody's being asked and you're just like, no, Jim has nothing to do with this. Jim is not involved.
NK,
Jim doesn't
Lana?
even know
Let
it.
me
Like
through.
that's
Are you
her.
protecting NK? Are you protecting her?
And no,
Are you protecting her?
no.
Because you don't accept anything about her could be anything that could be correct. I'm saying. She's
I'm
totally
saying
innocent.
that if law enforcement wanted to let a murderer go of little girls, shame on fucking them.
I'm not saying she did the murder. I'm
But
saying
even if she was
knows a lot more than
involved,
what
even
she's
if she
saying.
was involved, if you want to be involved in anything to do with harming in any way, shape, or form, little girls, little boys, little kids, period, fuck you. I'm not making a deal with someone
I agree.
like that.
I agree. Why does Chris say
You don't
she
need
hurt
to,
my
but
kids?
they felt like
Why
they
does
needed
Chris
to.
say? Why does Chris say she hurt my kids?
Hi, Robbie.
Why does she say?
Hi,
Why does,
Robbie.
why does Chris say she hurt my kids? If it was Shanann, you say, why did she hurt our kids?
No, why would no? She hurt my kids. What do you want him
She
to
hurt
say?
our
Shanann
kids.
hurt my kids. He doesn't
Our
refer
kids.
to her as
Our
like,
kids. Our kids.
she hurt when she says she hurt my kids.
He says she hurt my kids.
You'd have to ask
Shanann
Chris.
is not hurting my kids, they're our kids. There's so many hoes, Lana, I could see.
You know, you want to pinpoint like that right there. My to our.
It's just one of a
Is
thousand
that screwed up? Yeah. Why did Chris say that he, you know, why would Chris ever say the last things that Bella said to me were those words? I mean, even if that's true, who the fuck says that? Even if that is true. So if you can remember something like that, then you're a lying piece of shit if you don't say that you remember anything else. Because I would put that back as far as I could in my memory to be saying that. I mean, God, wow. That is just, I mean, so you're either lying about it, which is sick, or you're telling the truth, sick. Either way, sick. Period. I mean,
well, she did admit to a 9 o'clock phone call. Her dad said, "Was that the 9 o'clock thing on the Monday?" I mean, he like had to be shut.
they
up
talked
quick,
all
right?
day. They talked all day that night.
No, in the police interview with the dad and NK, Dad piped up. Well, what about the 9 o'clock thing on the Monday morning? And she goes, "I don't want to talk about that. We'll deal with that later."
I think that was the text message.
The 9 o'clock thing.
I have her phone records right here. What day?
Well, I don't know what day. It's the
So
Monday,
then-
the Monday.
okay.
So 30. On the Monday, her dad said, "You had what about the 9 o'clock thing that happened that Monday?" It's the
Yep.
morning of the murder. Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you, as far as phone calls go. Yeah, no. It would have been text message. There was no phone calls until 2:28, 2:35. And see, this is where she calls. Let's see. Incoming call by Chris at 2:28, 3 minutes. Then she called him back at 2:35. Or I'm sorry, he called at 3. He was calling twice. 2:28 and then 2:35. And then 3:32 she calls Jim, which would be an hour later. So when you want to say like right afterwards, it's an hour later. Number one. Number two, then you have a.
Well, if you look at all her phone calls, you'll see a lot of them are straight after. If you got them there, it might be worth you looking. So.
Then you have a 501. Actually, I apologize. Hold on one second. She didn't call Chris until
they're all in groups. It's
501.
Groups. Chris, Jim, Chris,
501.
Jim, Chris.
She called Jim, but I'm just saying she didn't call Chris until 501, 502 because it was back to back.
If you look at it, spend some time.
She called him. I just haven't taken these out for a while. When you want to talk about, you had me. What you said is every time.
Not
she
every
called
time.
Chris.
A lot of times.
Well, I'm letting you know the day of the murders, right here. Your theory, 100% wrong. That's not what happened.
They didn't do it after the murders.
No, I'm saying the day of.
No, I'm talking before the murders.
Okay, well then before him. Again, she talked to him a lot the week that he was in North Carolina because he's not here. He's not in, he's not in Denver.
Well, it's not up for debate that she made calls to Jim right after because I can prove it. There's no point.
Of course she did. She didn't have. Who else was she calling? She only had like 2 friends. So.
Yeah, but she said she never told Jim about Chris. Now you and I know that she's talking about Chris to Jim on many occasions. But that's fine. That's not important. What is important is NK for me, because you don't seem to think that she had anything involvement in this. When I'm saying this.
She was not at that house that day.
If I didn't meet Chris, this would never have happened. And Chris says, if I didn't meet NK, this would never have happened.
He's never said that.
Yeah, he said that.
That is not what he said. He's never said that.
Well, I haven't got all my papers with me, but that's the premise.
Okay, this is the other thing is I've
if
never.
he went to the Lazy
nothing
Dog,
that I do goes off of what people say, unless you're not. The people that needed to be interviewed about this is you go off of the digitals, the phone records, and then you go off of what the outsiders say because they don't have a dog in this fight. Like Meadows doesn't have a dog in this fight. The people that have dogs in this fight, they have reasons to lie. So I've always went with digitals, taking all the interviews, putting them on a map, putting them in order. Because let me tell you something, if I lied to you, so if I lie to you and you repeat that lie, people would be like, oh my God, well, totally AD just lied to me about something. And you're like, well, no. Lana was the one that told me that. Oh, okay, so you're just repeating what Lana said. Exactly.
I'm just having a discussion with you. If you want it all in writing, then I have to go and get it all in writing.
No. I'm saying that if NK is involved, who should we really be pissed at? And the answer is the police. The answer is law enforcement. Like this is why people don't trust the police. This is why situations like if you talk about this logically, why would the police be like, we need to cut and like you take everything that NK gave you, you have it right, then you finally get the Cellbrite dumps, everything comes back, and you sit at a table and you're like this, okay, everyone's fucking lying, and you guys are like, wait, what? Like, yeah, look at these phone records, look at this stuff. Dude, Shanae knew all about this, and she's acting like she didn't know. And then you got Chris, the baby.
Everybody's lying.
Everybody's lying. So let's just say everybody was lying. Everybody's lying, right?
Sandra Rusek, she did think nothing wrong with the marriage, and yet she told her people where she works the marriage was finished.
Okay, so let's say that here we have me, you. We're running the task force. You're running the FBI. I'm running the CBI. Here we are, and we sit down, and I say, "Holy shit! Here we go." We grab this, and we have these reports in front of us, and we both look at each other and we're like, holy shit, like none of this isn't. Who had Shanann's phone? Like, it moved from here, moved from there. Did Chris have it? No, because he's out in, Playatville, wherever the hell he's at his work site. So, wait, who's in town? Oh, my God, did Nicole Atkinson have the phone? Then you say, well, Nicole Atkinson didn't go to work until this time. Her phone pings over here. You get what I'm saying? So we're all sitting down, and this is where it was at. It was like, this case was nowhere near, like, we're going to trial because we have everything. Where we were in this case is, you have everybody's initial statements, okay? Then there's some people that you didn't even interview yet. But when you have all this, there's just a bunch of people writing reports. They're all on a desk. Now, we have to take these reports, and that's what I did. You have to take all these reports and make them make sense. Like, what happened? How did this happen? That type of thing. So when they did this, and me and you were running these task force, what do we say to ourselves? Oh, my God. Holy shit, AD, guess what we got to do? We need to go talk.
We don't believe anyone because they've got a vested interest.
Well, no, we have to do a bunch of follow-ups, right?
Yeah, I know, but you've got to go to people that aren't involved with a vested interest.
Well, so how does it go from we have to do a bunch of follow-ups? Listen, we have a bunch of follow-ups that we have to go make. And that's
they say they're going to the Lazy Dog. You go to the Lazy Dog. Find the CCTV. Yeah? Just on that. That's never. They never had time, Lana. It all stopped.
No, but
they never had time.
It was no. But I'm saying we're the ones that are making this stop. Think about this. We're waiting to get information back. We're not. We don't even know what has happened. We have what Chris has said. Chris is claiming he killed his wife because she killed the kids. That's what he's claiming. At that point, he has lawyers. He has lawyers. Nobody should be talking to him, right? He has his lawyers. Nobody should be talking to Chris. He should be in isolation, right? He's in the county. And here, we're supposed to be doing an investigation, right? So we're doing all of this, all right? How does something like Trent Bulk get leaked? How do any of these fake-ass relationships get leaked that are tainting the image of Chris Watts?
All the time.
Well, but not all the time.
He killed everyone.
We can't get anything leaked out of Delphi. We don't even know who frickin' Alan is.
Look, Tammy went on Facebook and said he killed the whole family a day or two after, before he even said he did it. Everything's leaked. Chris was condemned day one by Shanann's parents, by the Thrive Girls, by Atkinson. Everyone condemned him day one. When you should be saying,
but listen, but the question is why? Chris is this great guy. You can't find anything out there on Chris being a bad person, right? No. So why is this like, oh my God, we got to check Chris's phone. And I'll repeat it as to why. Because of everything that they knew what happened in Arizona. But why isn't Nicole Atkinson saying that when she's talking to the police officers to say, Chris, we know about everything that's going on in your marriage, okay? We know about Nicole Kessinger. Why isn't she just shotgunning this at him when the cop's there and getting him, like, wouldn't somebody normal just, I know what I would do. I wouldn't just be standing there on the phone, walking away at really opportune times that you shouldn't be walking away. You should be listening in on everything that's going on.
I would agree with you. The narrative was put out there day one, and it was sunk into the general public that Chris is a monster and he did it all himself straight away, without any investigation.
See, I disagree with them
that's what
thinking
I read.
that that's what
that's
happened
what
right
I read.
away.
That's what I
believe that they didn't know because of Shanann's past and her dark, stuff, that her mom, her friends, they were like all worried about Shanann. She's in this horrible place. So when Shanann's missing and the girls are missing, why would you immediately think that Chris did something unless you know something that you're not saying? Trent was not linked to NK's via Facebook. Okay, whoever's writing that in here, that's not even true.
These people, Trent
out of the blue, wrote in the accused group some whacked shit.
And that girl that said he semi-strangled her and stuff on a Tinder date.
Scott Peterson was a nice guy too. No, people were talking shit on Scott Peterson. It wasn't like he's some nice guy.
No, Scott Peterson wasn't blamed by the family in the first minute that his wife went missing.
Exactly. This is because they knew stuff for a hot minute. But they couldn't act like they knew stuff. And you have to ask them why.
It's not natural to think this guy who never hurt a fly
Shanann was saying
killed his own
things.
family
Shanann
in the
was
first
texting bad
hour.
things
It's not natural. Not natural for everyone to condemn him as a killer in the first few hours when a lady's gone missing. It just doesn't happen.
Why would the mom of the victim need to lie? Why would the mom of the victim need to lie?
Well,
why would the
mom? I don't even know why any of them are lying. I don't know why Atkinson can't just say, I know the code to the house because I used to feed the dog when they're away. I went in there and she's not there. I don't even know why she can't say that. What's so bad about saying that?
Well, because maybe she didn't get in that way.
Well, I don't know how she got in. She's not going to be accused of murder. There's nobody in the house. Why can't she tell the truth?
But I think that she was. I think that she was trying. They were, and then it was. You're there. How it looks on paper is going to look really, really bad. That Chris leaves for work, and you have a video recording of him leaving. By all sense of purposes, his story matches up with what he said he did. Now, is that really truly what happened? No. Right? But it's what you can prove in court. It's not what you have to prove this. And so Chris is leaving. He's leaving. He's at work. And now you have all this activity. The Vivint alerts going off in the house. You have Shanann's cell phone being turned off, okay, when it was already on. So who turned it off in the middle of the day? You have it messaging somebody that, oh, sorry, you have it hitting on different towers. It makes it seem like Shanann is alive. And that is problematic.
That's what they want, yeah, I suppose.
And did Chris do that? No. Chris didn't have anything to do with that. So my question is, why would I ever call the girls at school a third time to say, everything is fine, and don't tell anybody that I called here?
And when it's not fine.
Everything is not fine. Like,
well, that's just another piece in the puzzle.
No, but see, I think that's really important.
Yeah, I see it as very important as well. But what I don't see is the motivation for a person that's got permission to go in Shanann's house lots of times, to feed the dog, to go in the house with Shanann, suddenly decides, even though she's on camera, decides to say, I didn't get in there. Couldn't get in. Why? Because you think you're going to be accused of murder. They don't even know it's murder at that stage.
Well, that's right. That's where I think that you're wrong. That's where I think that you're wrong, because it makes way more sense if she slept there and she woke up, gets up, okay? Like I said, explain this to me. It is a 8 to 12 minute drive to get from Shanann's to Nicole Atkinson's house. When Nicole Atkinson pulls out of that driveway, it takes her 22 minutes to get home. How do you explain that?
Sorry, the natural distance is 10 minutes, did you say?
Yeah, between 8 to 12. I did it like 7 different times, and
I see what you're saying. There's 12 minutes missing. 12
there's 10.
Minutes.
There's 10 plus minutes missing, and so all I want to know is,
where was she for those 10 minutes?
It only takes you this long to get home, okay?
But you agree the car got home.
I agree whatever app you were using got home.
So how's she sleeping in the house then?
I'm saying that people that think that if Shanann's acting not like herself, and the kid maybe says, well, Mom, just stay, because then in the morning, after you guys drop off the kids at school, then Shanann can just drop you off then. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to come back here, like, car-wise, then we have to get our little sister.
How does she sleep at the house and still get home in 24 minutes?
How to what?
How does she sleep at the house but still get home in 24 minutes?
She didn't. She stayed at the house, but I've always said since day one, and I proved it, the data that they're turning in is not Nicole Atkinson's data. It's her son's. Like, so she's at that house 10 minutes before the data comes there, which means the phone. And that's where I said well, she was either dropped off there, okay, and then the son left and went to pick up the little girl over in Longmont, and then, he came back, or she stayed there, and then he came back, he came there after he picked up. What the app has is that she wakes up in the morning, never leaves her house until 10-something, drives out to Longmont, is there at 11:11.
This is the phone, not her, according to you. It's the phone doing all this.
I go off of the phone. I'm going off of the data.
That's what the phone's doing, not necessarily. You'll say Atkinson's asleep in the house, but her phone's doing all this stuff.
I'm saying that Nicole Atkinson's phone is with her, and her son's phone is with him. Okay? I'm saying that he picked them up from the airport.
Yeah,
so
I agree with that.
He's driving the vehicle.
Yeah, he's driving the vehicle.
Yep.
She stays the night, but the phone goes home.
I think that she decided to stay the night after, they had talked in the driveway for 5 minutes about, okay, do you want me to stay here? Do you not? What's going on? And could it be that Shanann wanted her to stay there because she wanted an alibi? I don't think that Shanann was planning on dying that night. Do I think that there was a plan to have a big blow-up fight and that you may need a witness to, we're going to get Chris in trouble type of thing? Shanann is to me, and I'll take the heat on this, but again, I have to go based on people's patterns of behavior. Shanann's a shyster. So she is calculated and she plans things. Yeah. That's who she is. Chris is not that way. Chris is a, what people want to say, a yes man or whatever. Do I still think that he likes what he likes? Sure. But he's not going to control your life type of thing. And he picks and chooses his battles. That's what I think.
I want to go back to the phone. Look.
Well, we're going to go back there, but hold on one second. You just can't have it both ways. There's no way that phone is, Nicole Atkinson's there. Her phone is not yet. How is that possible?
Yeah.
It's because, she is there and her phone really is there. It's not her data that they turned in. That's all. And
you're saying there's differential between young Nick's data and and Atkinson's data.
I'm saying that she hits the doorbell 12:10. On the app that she turns in, she says that she arrives at Shanann's at 12:20. How are you there? How is your data there 20 minutes later?
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
So that's what I'm saying. That's how I got to all of this conclusions.
But I can't see her sleeping there, and yet she gets home 20 minutes later. I'm not fathoming that bit. Unless you're saying
if I don't want Chris to know that you're spending the night, spend the night, because that way Chris doesn't know what's going on. Because then we're going to, whether it's you want her out. Here, Shanann, I'm going to help you pack because what? You're going to go to North Carolina? I'm going to help you pack because you're going to come. Why would Shanann leave her house? Shanann's not that type of person. She would kick him out. She's staying there. She doesn't care if she pays the bills or not. But I promise you this. Nicole Atkinson is lying because it doesn't add up digitally.
I agree. But I still can't fathom how she's sleeping in the house.
When did she get there? Because she didn't get there at 12:20. She was there before that. So my thing is that she walked out of the house. And that's what alerted the camera. Is because when you walk from outside or inside to outside, the same type of notification would happen.
Yeah. I agree she was there early in the morning. I just don't see her she slept the night. And the data shows she drove home. That's what I'm saying.
And so hear me on this. So this is what I did. If she got there early in the morning, right? It couldn't have been because the son took her. Let me tell you why. Because you have the data of the sons, and his data is the data that went out and stayed at the house, okay? And arrived at the time that it did the night before. And then it went to Longmont first, and then came to Shanann's, putting it there at 12:20, okay? If, in fact, that was if he actually dropped her off and then went and did that, the drive first would be the 9:30 drive. going and or the 8:30, taking his mom there. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, that data that you have has to have a drop off at Shenan's before to be her to walk in around like 8:30 in the morning.
So in your theory, you can have her sleeping at Shenan's and her driving home and coming back, but she's been at Shenan's all that time. Yeah?
No. This is what the evidence shows. The evidence shows this. The evidence shows that in the morning, she handed over paperwork that said she got to Shenan's house at 12:20. Oh, here, I have 360 Life app. Here it is. Well, she handed over her son's data because her and her son were together a lot.
Yeah, he definitely picked her up.
And these were, and mind you guys, these were screenshots. These were not, she supplied screenshots through the email. This is what this is. So these screenshots show that whoever data this is left the Watts home and got home at their house at 2:11 in the morning.
Yeah, agreed.
Then it stays there the whole time until it leaves to go to Longmont at 10 whatever time it was, 10:47 to get to there at 11:11, then stayed out in Longmont for 30 minutes, then at 11:47 it leaves Longmont and then goes to Saratoga and gets there at 12:20. That's okay.
That could be why she said she went to sleep again after some phone calls.
No. So what she said she did is that she said when she woke up in the morning, her friend, she was trying to call and get a hold of Shanann. Then she went to Longmont to look at a house for her friend Cassie. But this is Cassie who's so worried about Shanann, and everyone's supposed to be so worried. Mind you, that drive that went out from her house to Longmont to go look at this house for Cassie happened at a time frame that is after her mom calling 2 times to the school.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Right.
So all I'm saying is this. That data that she turned in, it is data from someone's, and I believe it's her son's. Now, if it is her son's, and if she got dropped off at 8:30 in the morning, okay, why isn't it showing him dropping her, getting home at 2:11, waking up, taking her over to the house at like 8 a.m., then him driving home, where is that drive? Because
let's say
this is the thing. We all agree she's in the house by 8:30. There is no data that shows that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how is that?
Let's suppose you're right.
I know that I'm right, but go on.
All right, let's just say that. Well, you are right. How is she not a witness to murder?
She's not a witness to a murder because she was in the basement.
She didn't
see anything, and nor would you witness anything. And when people are like, oh, it hit, because maybe when Chris walked down there, he couldn't go out the basement like he had planned because fucking NA's on the cat. When you're in a basement, it's pitch black, and you have just went balls deep on a girl's weekend trip, you're exhausted. You go home. You know what? I just need to stay here because I'm not going to get up in the morning. You can get me, wake me up when you get up type of shit. Because she texts Cassie to say, we made it home before she gets home. Who does that?
Yeah.
Well, she did that because we're home. They were home. She didn't get home until she texted that. So what? She was driving in her vehicle and texting that.
Well, I'm looking at your theory and with open eyes, right? And so with your theory now, I can see why she couldn't tell the police that she'd already been there. Because if she was there all night, she'd never be a suspect rather than a witness.
All I'm saying is this. I'm saying that Shanann's mom called the school before ever calling her daughter. I believe it's because NA had her phone. She calls her and says, oh my God, Shanann's not here. The girls aren't here, but the car's here. her phone's here. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the reason that I'm saying that she was there that night is because I know that she had called her Sandy. And how I know this is because Sandy called the school. You're not going to call the school and say, hey, did Shanann drop off the kids? Before you would call your daughter. You have no reason to call the school. You should be calling your daughter to say, oh my God, let me see the kids, let me FaceTime with them. It's their first day of kindergarten. Like, that's what should be happening. That's what my mom would do. Like, oh my God, I want to see Jackson's pictures. Let me see, did you take a picture outside with a tree? Like, what's going on? That's what would be happening on the first day of school, right? But none of that was happening. No calls coming in from mom, daughter, none of that, right? Why? Because NA made the call to homie, Sandy, before any of that could happen, to say, have you heard from Shanann? No. Did Shanann tell you what happened this weekend? No. Well, I'm here because I slept over. Then she would have to explain this whole story of them catching Chris, right? Cheating. All this shit. Okay, well, what do you mean? Okay, the car's not there. They're talking it all through. Okay, let me call the school. Because now you have to remember this, right? We have this data that says NA didn't get there till 12:20. Well, we have a Vivint going crazy. Chris calls her at 12:17. But Chris's alert came in on his phone at 12:10. How is any of this possible? Oh, it's not her data. That's why. Oh, what if it's the son's data, which I believe that it is? The son's data would show that he took her there in the morning and dropped her off. Oh, wait, that's not there either. So how do you explain that? She slept there, or her husband gave her a ride. Those are your only two options, but the son is now out because his data does not show that. And wouldn't you have somebody driving around the neighborhood seeing if she's walking, if she went down to the pool? I mean, when I was there, I had the Life 360 app. I drove all around to see what my app would look like. Took a screenshot of it. It looks like freaking my kid was playing a game and trying to get from start to finish with all these lines everywhere.
I totally respect that you actually took the time to go and drive there and check out this 360 app.
Yeah, I compared everything. I compared it all from the...
I can't argue about this because you have put so much time into it. I'm just trying to understand it.
I argue the point of, if I'm over here and I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe I would not think that there was something horrible that happened. That would be the last thing that I would think. So, okay, maybe she's down at the pool, or maybe she took the kids for a walk. Like, is there a wagon here? Like, what's going on? Like, but if I know a bunch of shit just had happened, or whatever we talked about, and then I would have to explain to Sandy, oh, God, well, Shanann was talking crazy last night. She's like, freaking, that's why I slept here, because my son was like, maybe you should stay. So then I stayed, and we didn't want Chris to know that I stayed, because then he would like ask questions. But how do we know what Shanann ever told NA to the point of, well, I don't want Chris to beat the fucking shit out of me when I tell him that I know about something. You know what I'm trying to say? Oh, that's not going to happen. I'll stay there. You know what I'm trying to say? We don't know what they talked about. But all I can tell you is that everything that happened that morning, you're not doing those things. That's not logical things to do unless you know of stuff. Like, it's not logical for... The app is very, very accurate. You're not arriving 10 minutes later. In fact, Cassie's husband texted Chris at 12:16 because he was told, okay, now you can text. Like, everything was all, dude, it was.
Can you Lana, level this, but can you
crazy.
imagine if there was a trial? What a trial it would be.
If he had good lawyers, sad to say, but he'd probably walk with like,
I don't see what proof they got on him other than he went to work that morning. And
well, they would have to argue his confession of transporting the bodies. When you add all that stuff up, it's 48 years. That's a max. So what? He'd serve out of the 48, he'd served 20.
Yeah.
But it just, what sucks about it all is I blame the DA because I don't think that Chris should get away with anything. I don't think that Shanann should be labeled as possibly of ever killing her kids. I don't think that Chris should get away with talking like that. And I think that it was on Weld County. When you want to cut a deal with a monster, you better do your job to protect Shanann. Like,
Her name, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and they didn't
you have
do
to have
that.
somebody killing the children, Lana. Who is it?
I look at it this way. Either way, a parent killed a child, and I can't even fathom that. And they both failed the kids in that sense, because you should never have your kids in situations like that. If Chris was so unstable, why did she ever go to Arizona? I'm so scared of Chris ever since he said he didn't want the baby anymore. That's what she said to Addie Maloney. Well, in that case, why did you ever leave and go to Arizona? Why would you leave your daughters with
Why does Chris say that she's dangerous? Why does Chris write a letter saying that my wife, look at her if anything happens? Why was he expecting something to happen to him?
We don't even know if that's true.
Well, that's what the letter said.
You know what?
Doesn't matter what it says.
I've never seen the letter. If you were so adamant of that, all that shit, you would want all that stuff fingerprinted.
At the end of the day,
because the fingerprints would show that Chris wrote it. You get what I'm trying to say? If Chris wrote that and he touched that and he licked the envelope and all that shit because he wrote it, fingerprints and DNA would be all over that and it would match Chris, right?
I looked into the way he writes an 8, put the date on it, and I found other letters with the same 8 written by him, but that's technical stuff, by the way.
And see, like I don't disagree. I think that Shanann was off her rocker. She was spiraling because she had every right to be spiraling because her marriage was done. Anybody would spiral with that. So there's no doubt about that. Now you just have to ask, does it lead to murder? Does it lead to planning something? Why would you take a picture of a baby being covered by the sheets and post it on social media and say, yeah, the weirdest thing happened? It was like setting Chris up in a paper trail type of weird way.
Just on that point there about the photo, I've still got people telling me that Chris took that picture. Now I know he didn't, and Dr.
I can prove that he
proved
didn't.
it, and Dr. B proved it.
Well,
can you, in so many words, tell us why we know that it was Shanann that took the picture, not Chris?
There's no way that Chris would have been able to upload it to Facebook as soon as he did. She had that uploaded to Facebook immediately after she took that. So there'd be no way that Chris took that, sent that to her then, and then she would have to immediately download that picture, then upload it to Facebook, all within 1.5 minutes.
Her comment was, I don't know what this means. So she took the picture and then put some doubt into people's minds saying, I don't know what this means.
Yeah. That's where you think it's a shut.
That's pretty scary, isn't it?
And when I say sheet, it is, I do believe that it was part of like the Twister game. I've always thought that. I'm just using sheet, whatever it was, loosely. And
anyway, the roll number on the picture.
But let me tell you guys something that.
Phone. Anyway, I just want to make it clear to everyone, it was Shanann's phone. Can we please stop debating this forever? Because
it's 100% Shanann's phone. Yes. But more importantly, Nicole Atkinson was there when that picture was taken. She was at that house. She was cutting that grass.
Oh.
Wait, was that the day that she was cutting? Yeah, that was Thursday, right? Was that the day that was posted, Thursday?
Can't remember.
Yeah, because that's when they were trying to act like, oh, she had already left. You guys do know that happened. Hold on. So what they did...
I'm hoping that my spanners can help me with these spanners.
The gang unit, what they did is they purposefully said that Shanann had already left for Arizona. So when you go look at the 50 pages report and you're on that Thursday day, they're like, yeah, here it is. Perfect. On August 9th.
Right.
It says...
I should find her. I can hear it clicking.
Let me. I'll zoom in.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. The binders.
I'll show you because I can find anything like this is my case. So check this out. You see that right there? You see how they're listing
Thursday.
August 9th as the day that she would have left? You see that?
Yeah. What took the day off work for Shanann to live? Oh, wasn't it?
But this
was it Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah. But do you see how they put this in? They're trying to make it seem like that she left. You see that? Like they have it all mixed up.
Oh, they're trying to say she left on the wrong day.
On the Thursday, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now check this out.
Why would they do that?
Because they're trying to tell us that Chris took this picture that happened right here at 11.
Right.
Because this is the Thursday day.
Yeah.
Okay? But that's why they're trying to make it seem like that she left on this day is because we're going to sell it that it was Chris that took that picture because of what Shanann tried to say. Like, oh, Chris just sent me this picture. What does this mean? Motherfucker shit.
So another setup. So
this whole
you agree
thing.
the police lied to her?
What was it?
I can't see me anymore. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad you agreed with me that they've manipulated all the evidence to whatever they want us to believe. That's what I said in the beginning.
No. They're not manipulating the evidence to make us. They are covering. They are trying to do what I've been saying. As the DA, if you want to cut a deal with the devil, you better make sure that you are, Shanann didn't do this. Shanann didn't kill her kids. Right? So that's what they tried to do. Well, it backfired because, honestly, because of me.
All right, for you. But the thing is, the picture has got a number on it, and it fits Shanann's phone, not Chris's anyway. So, like, why are they thinking they can get away with these things? What makes them think they can get away with it?
They already got away with it. He took a plea deal.
No, he didn't. The plea deal was...
He took a plea deal. What do you
mean?
Well,
that's not what the police say. The police say that they
got away with it.
Offered a plea deal, right?
The gang unit is just two dudes that did the report. And they were handpicked by DA Rourke. They were Rourke's boys. Rourke got the CBI off of the case as quickly as he could. And he put a guy that ran the gang unit, Mike D. Prill, and brought him in on August 28th, or 24th, August 24th, the same day that the tip came in about the calculator app.
Oh, they're definitely thrown off the case. Tammy and all that, FBI. Off you go.
No, fuck Tammy. Tammy didn't do shit. Jillian Gantley, you want to try to do a request act? Get Jillian Gantley's reports. See if you can get those. They're nowhere to be found, but it's report 38 in the CBI. Get report 38 in its entirety. You solve the case.
Well, we could do this all night. I mean, Chris deleted his account 4 days before the murder. So I've got loads of things.
Chris deleted his account on Thursday. He didn't delete it. He just, and it was, August that's how she found out. That she tried to tag him in that post. That's how she found out that he no longer had Facebook. She tried to tag him in that exact post, and you couldn't find him. And then that's when she texted him and said, "Hey, did you get rid of your Facebook?" So,
I've got these. I'm gonna fight you over these core patterns because I want you to understand there is a pattern, and you like things like that. Cores between them. I don't know if you can see. Probably. These are the connecting cores. Just some of them that we noted.
Oh yeah, like I had all in July, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
So what were they planning, Lana?
They weren't planning anything.
What were they discussing?
It's like anytime, it's a weird type of thing. This is how it works with females.
Do you know what? I know nothing about females. I have a disastrous life with females.
People have friends that come along that are like, that become friends because of like something that happens, and all of a sudden now this person's just like, oh, poof, they're all like, they're a friend of yours all of a sudden, okay? Because women do that. I don't know, guys not so much, but like if a girl keeps, engaging and making it happen or whatever, then it's going to happen. But for me, absolutely, like, if I'm around, if I go somewhere and all of a sudden I meet somebody or do something, like then all of a sudden that this person is around because of what I started engaging in my life at that point in time. So Jim, in a sense, was, in my opinion, somebody that, for whatever reason, and it makes sense if, like, people said that Jim went to the sand dunes, right? Isn't that something that's been said?
Well, he's got a picture of him there, wearing only a rucksack, but that was another day.
Yeah, but just think about anybody that you've ever dated in life, and oh yeah, I was hanging out with so and so a lot when I dated that person, but like when I stopped dating that person, I wasn't hanging out with them. That's just like the best way I can describe that. So for NK to say like he knows nothing about anything, I don't think she's lying about that. He wasn't involved with anything. It was just, that's who, I talked to a lot during that time period of my life because I was talking to him about stuff, but that doesn't mean that he knows anything about Chris because he's never been around Chris.
But she spoke to him about Chris, so what she said to him, the police would love to know what her mindset was about Chris, and there's no doubt that NK phoned Jim many times and talked about Chris, even though she says...
NK's single, he's married, like she could do whatever the fuck she wants.
Yeah, it's not a problem, she could have 10 boyfriends. But the problem is, she says that Jim knew nothing about this. He doesn't even know Chris. He doesn't have it's a lie. He does know. He knows a lot about that relationship. He knows a lot about what? She'd have been bitching about Chris to him, right? I know how relationships works. If she would phone Jim and say, I can't believe he's done this, or he's still with his wife, and I've told him to leave his wife, and all that. That's the sort of stuff goes down when you've got a confidant in an affair.
I was told that Jim's a big loser. So if Jim's a big loser, maybe
it's successful at work. It's successful at work.
Was just like, like that's, you'd have to look and see, like, you'd need more than just them saying that they investigated and it only took like 6 weeks all the way back until the, homicides. I don't know who would ever think that would be appropriate, but that to me is just so not, if you focus in on very, very key moments in, like with Chris, with, NA, even with, NK, and you focus in on like what they're saying in the beginning of that morning and what they write down that they said that happened. Same thing with Sandy, same thing with like her dad. The Wattses just were totally oblivious. They weren't even like notified. Like nobody called them. Lana didn't coin the term. It was literal gang unit at the PD. I call them the gang unit. Yeah, that's I did coin that because they came from Greeley, and why would the gang unit from Greeley have anything to do with this? Because it was Rorick's guy, so I called them the gang unit because he used Darren Ford.
Just going back to the doll picture, I believe it's a lot less dangerous than what people believe. I believe it's that Shanann and her mum were planning a custody battle off the kids, and they were
I agree with that.
Making Chris look bad. It wasn't anything to do with murder. 100%. It was look how husband, I agree with my dangerous husband. Yeah,
I agree with that 100%. This was already about a custody battle, 100%.
So he was doing the same. He wrote a letter saying, "Oh, my wife's dangerous." So they're both preparing for
I think that she accused Cindy and Ronnie of trying to kill her kids. That's fucking crazy.
That's custody battle stuff.
No.
For the future.
But for Ronnie and Cindy, like, they're not thinking custody battle stuff. They're like, this girl has never talked like this.
No, they're not.
Shanann is. Exactly. She's 100%. Okay, 100%. That's what tells me that she knew. Why would you think that you need a custody battle like that? You should be thinking about winning your man back.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we can finish on an agreement. I better go to bed. It's bloody nearly quarter to 2 in the morning. Quarter to 2 in the morning. You cut this guy off.
You go to bed. And I want to explain why a little bit more, why I think that everything leads to her spending the night and why it would be such like a horrible thing. It's because no data puts any car there.
I think NK was there. You think NA's there. We're very close. The initials are very close.
Yeah, but I'm right, because NK wouldn't be the result of why Sandy calls the school. But NA being there would be the result of why Sandy called
I agree she was there early in the morning. So I'm going to have to leave it
And
with that.
you think that NK went there at some point to do what? To get the cell phone? You don't need the password. You just need to ditch the fucker. You just need to ditch that. Why wouldn't Chris take the cell phone with him in the beginning? Those are the two things you get rid of, is IDs and cell phones on people. That's how you buy time in a murder.
You buy time by taking the cell phone out on the road and texting messages that you're still alive. That's how you buy time in a murder case.
you just have to get rid of it. That phone needs to be gone. So why
not
would
if you want to keep her alive. You keep her alive by making messages hours afterwards. They do it all the time in murder cases.
Yeah, but I'm going to disagree with this point. You know that she is so active on her phone. So when you saw that wouldn't be a possibility, because in the morning when you tried to get into her cell phone after you killed her allegedly, you couldn't get into it. So then your plan is to just leave it there? No, it should have been to shut it off, pound it with a hammer, and literally take that fucker and throw it out the side of the road on your way to work.
That's your view.
In
My view is start it up and leave messages as she's still alive to buy time. And they'll have to leave it there. We've got different views. But we are able to discuss it without swearing and falling out, which is great. And I loved the 3 hours I've just spent with you.
I loved it too.
We're going to have to agree to disagree. Otherwise, we could be here till 3 o'clock this morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for coming out of your shell.
It's been a great date, a great play date.
Yes. Do you guys have fun in chat? Anybody want to ask one last question? Are we good? I'll answer questions.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that a mixture of your fans and my fans, or my subs and your subs? I mean,
yeah,
mixture. Yeah. Well, it's not often
thank you, AD.
It's not often people can actually talk to each other that have totally different theories. We can do it.
I just think more pressure needs to be put on on law enforcement. So
we both agree that law enforcement have effed this up royally, right?
Oh yeah. Well, they didn't. No, they didn't F it up. They covered it up.
Yeah, well.
They covered it up so that Chris could, so that they held on to Discovery, so that there wasn't stuff that got out over to his team, but that's why I talk about dates a lot. The dates have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but they had to get Chris to play along with it. He had to play along with all this. He had to go along with all of this stuff.
No.
He can easily tell what he knows about NK and NA.
I've never heard of somebody saying, I'm just trying to save your life. I'm just trying to save your life. Like, what?
Yeah,
like, who cares? Who cares if he dies at that point? Like, he didn't care. His whole family was gone. Nicole Atkinson's gone. Everybody's gone. Why do I care if my life is saved? In fact, why would I want to live? We
can both agree that he hasn't told us the full story, right?
I think Chris is a pussy ass bitch.
Yeah, but he hasn't told us the full story.
And that's why he gave Dave one of his jerseys.
Yeah.
I just had to say that for you.
He hasn't told us the truth about Nicole.
Because who the fuck would ask for that shit? I hate the Steelers.
Wow.
Go Browns.
You what?
The Browns were great last night. They just whacked. We won Battle of Ohio last night. So.
Oh, did you? Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I know you care. Kez, go for it, Kez. Go for it. Go for it, Kez. Mama, and Mia, and I don't know who else.
I don't agree. I don't agree with wearing Chris Watts's trophy shirt to the graveyard. I don't agree with that.
That's like saying you want O.J. Simpson's autograph after he annihilated people, right?
Right. Yeah. It's bad taste, isn't it? But there you go. I won't go down that rattle. Thanks very much. You have to Zoom and get me out of here, I think.
All right. Yeah. No. Here, I'll just kick you out. Ready? 1.
Bye. Bye.
2.
Everyone. Good night.
Bye, AD. Thank you so much. Hey, we'll go on a date, just us one time.
One-on-one.
Just one-on-one chat where I get to interview. Nobody gets to be around. I just interview you.
Okay.
All right.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye. So I just kicked AD from the channel. He's never allowed to come back. I'm just kidding. I want to say thanks to AD. He usually doesn't go on people's channels. Well, he makes an exception for his favorite broad. So, we're not far off on, like, you know, agreeing or disagreeing. I just think that law enforcement manufactured stuff and provided it and gave it to us. So I think that we should be kind of pissed about that. NK didn't give that to us. Law enforcement did. And law enforcement are people that we're supposed to believe in and go to with problems, and they're supposed to be there for us. You know, our taxes pay their salaries. So do we hold law enforcement to a higher standard? Absolutely. And this is one of those situations that you should really take a look at. Your tax-paying dollars in Colorado, Colorado's a pure shit show. And this is an example of it. The John Benet Ramsey case is an example of it. I don't think anybody wants to take a case like this to trial because nobody wants to relive and talk about anytime they're involved, like little kids and stuff like that. But if Chris is so guilty, you shouldn't have to do anything other than, this is the evidence. This is it. This is, you know, this is what you don't have to do anything. If he's this monster, it's just all going to be there. And unfortunately, they did do a lot of things, and you can't sit here. I would just love for those cops to be questioned on the stand and have to take the stand and have to answer, well, how did you mistake that Shanann didn't leave on Thursday when you knew that she left on Friday? And then you're not making any mistake. We have to look at your report and just say, like, well, this report has so many flaws in it. There's all these timeline transactions, and you don't put any of them in it except for, 196 transactions. I'm just throwing that number out there. So, we aren't really owed, the truth, but I definitely don't think that we're owed, I definitely don't think that the families and the victims are owed lies and manufacturing the stuff that they did to release that discovery is fucking disgusting. But there was no investigation. There was just gathering of reports, and then them realizing that they had to take, if they sat down in a room, I can read it all to you, and they were like, shit, we have problems. What are we going to do about it? And they're like, well, we need to see if this guy's going to deal. Lana, what do you think really happened? I don't think that the only motive that Chris had to do anything, in my opinion, is his unborn child. That's it. That's the only thing that you could say that he never told NK about, and then, oh my God, if she finds this out, she's not going to want to be with me. That type of thing. And there's people going to be out there like, well, but she knew. Well, but did she tell Chris that she knew about that? I mean, I don't know. But I just look at things logically. And the logic is that you have a person spiraling out of control, and by all accounts, all of her friends are saying that. And then you have her not being truthful to her friends, talking about Aspen, talking about going to that, that school, and that there's, kindergarten starting, and her acting like that everything's fine with Chris and saying, hey, do you want me to pick up green beans at, Costco tomorrow? Or what vegetables do you want with dinner? What are you talking about? You just found out that your man is literally sticking someone else, and you're writing things like that. That tells me that you are capable of playing games, of acting like things are all okay, setting something up. I mean, because I wouldn't be able to do that. The last thing on my mind would be thinking what kind of vegetables to feed the person. You know, I probably just wouldn't be saying anything. This is the same person that, by all accounts, tried to get Chris to blow up a Escalade engine and give it back to the guy that owned the Dirty South. People want to talk about child support, and Chris didn't want to pay child support. That's the last thing that Chris was fucking thinking about, would be child support. And I promise you, he'd be giving Shanann a hell of a lot less money than what he was dishing out from month to month with bills at that point. Even if Shanann got full custody. Well, how are you going to get full custody? Why would you get full custody? If Chris wants his daughters and son, Chris was going to get half of their time, especially with Chris's track record. So I think that that's fucking absolute craziness to say that. Logically, what tells me that happened is, from everything that I've done, Shanann had no problem going to North Carolina, and we should probably know why. Why would she leave her family for 6 weeks, aka her man, aka her home? Who wants to be gone that long? Like, she hated being in North Carolina, so why go there? Well, because you were going to have to be at home with the kids the whole entire time, because there was no Primrose that summer, meaning that Chris said no. That's my opinion, because they couldn't afford it. So if that's the case, how do you think that she was just able to come back to town and be like, oh, they're going to start right back up at Primrose? That's impossible. Primrose would have had to make you pay. They would have made you pay every, like, you're not getting those 2 spots unless you're paying. So I don't believe any of that. So how are they able to have that spot unless Shanann kept them enrolled? Because once she would have left out, those spots would have been taken. Like, I don't think you guys understand how Primrose operates. It's just not like that. They're not going to hold a spot for anybody, nobody, unless you get somebody to take your spot for those 6 weeks, and then you're going to then retake them back. I think he had no ill will towards Shanann. He didn't resent her or anything like that. I think that he just wanted out. She knew that. Obviously, he was sleeping in the basement. I think that there's every reason to think that the child that Shanann was carrying could possibly not be Chris's. That's definitely a possibility, because of not just what happened in New Orleans. Out of all the trips that Chris would go to, why wouldn't he go to a show where she was getting an award? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's really weird. That's the one that you would want to be there. I think that people thought that Chris Miller was in fact her husband, and they played along with it. People thought that because they were at this huge event where there's hundreds and thousands of people. Nobody knows each other. You just know your little downline. And that's why Cindy Dorsett made the statement that she did when she said she met Chris and Shanann in New Orleans. She had never met Chris Watts ever in her entire life, but she said in her first interview, and then she called them back after that and kind of restated some things. But yeah, she thought that Chris Miller was Chris Watts. Fact. I think that a lot of people thought that. And she just kind of just one of those things, oh, I don't want to explain it, so just let them think that. It was just like that. It wasn't like let's play people, but it was just, that was it. So she got pregnant right around that same time. You got people saying, oh, it was a leopard print, blah, blah, blah. Well, why would they say it was a leopard print? Chris wasn't there when she wore the leopard print. oh, it made your man want you, so when you got home you fucked him? Like, what? Like, nobody would ever talk like that. It would be like, oh, it happened on that trip. That's why you'd be like, I knew it was a leopard print. Can I get that? These are people that didn't know her that was commenting on her page like this. I have all these because I was on the... because I actually had access to Shanann Watts' entire Facebook page because of Kim Kaufman, who used Cindy Watts' account. So I have screenshots that have never been seen before. I was actually going through them. When was it? A couple weeks ago. Kim Kaufman told me that she knew Chris and Shanann, that she was basically like a financial advisor to them. Whack shit. And I didn't even remember that I had any of this shit because I started talking to Kim Kaufman in 2018. Just crazy shit. The last thing that I think that Chris and Shanann should have been having was a baby. Kids are expensive as fuck. So, not to mention your time, loving your kid, the most important thing. But, and then she was telling people like, well, Chris got me pregnant. Like, he thought that this would, I thought that it would help us. Like, I don't know. Like, that's like any time you have that's like anybody having a conversation. You took the words that we said one time and then you just ran with it, There's been talks about, Shanann thought that her and Chris Miller were going to get together. And then Chris was like, no, I'm not leaving my wife. Like, that was never the plan. We did something in New Orleans. We probably shouldn't have done that and that type of talk. I don't know if maybe she said, well, I'm pregnant and it's with your kid. I don't know if that ever came up. I don't think that it came up to Chris Miller. But I do think that was something that was said to Chris Watts to say in terms of, like, we're not the only one that's cheating. Newsflash, motherfucker. CC might not even be yours, and I've been fucking Chris Miller, blah, blah, blah. You have to think of something in terms of what could have possibly been said that night that would have been so awful to the point that if you think he snapped. Because killing somebody while they're sleeping isn't somebody snapping. Shanann didn't fight back. Or at least there are no, he doesn't have any defensive wounds. I think it's sick. I think the whole thing's sick. I think got a lot of liars though. And then I just go back to the main thing of which is that morning. I don't need to lie. I don't need to, if that's my child and a friend calls me, I think that I would still I'm still going to call the phone. Maybe it's not her phone that's there. Maybe Chris had a different phone. Are you sure it's her phone? Yes, it's her phone. I just put the password in it. You know what I mean? Like, you would be saying all that stuff. Like, are you sure it's her phone? Yeah, it's got her background. It's got this on it. It's got that on it. Okay, well, they said they were going to go to the school, so I'll just call the school. So how do you put NA in that house? And then why aren't you like, why? You guys do know that NA never called Chris Watts one time. Every single thing was him calling her. Every single time. That whole day. She came across the visitors thing. He called her. The only time that she called him was after she called the police to say that she had called the police. Now, wouldn't you as a friend hit up, hold on 1 second, I want one of my waters. Nothing like a fresh water right out of the well. Yeah, so if you were her friend, I mean, the first phone call that you would make is to Chris in the morning. Why didn't she just call Chris? Hey, Chris, I'm at your house. I'm supposed to pick up Shanann. We're supposed to go do something with talk about Thrive. Say anything. But why didn't she? It's because she knew that she was in that house and she was just freaking out on her own, like her own paranoia. I just think her own paranoia kicked in. She's like, oh my God, well, I've been here the whole time. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't want Chris to know that I was here. He doesn't know that I'm here. I don't want him to know that I'm here. And so they just did like their own little investigating. That's all. And she was always the one watching ID channel. So here we go. I will take the next 10 questions. So what do you guys think? I can prove everything I'm saying. So I can prove that NA is there and her son isn't there and nor is her husband. So how is she there? Who dropped her off? Where's the data from somebody else's phone? Like, how did you get to Shanann's house? Well, I drove. Well, no, you didn't, because the doorbell cam goes off at 12:10 and your app says that you got there at 12:20. Well, I don't know, the app must be off. But it's not. Because then Chris calls you at 12:17 and you're at the house, and your phone is physically there. Well, I don't know, maybe it was on like a delay or something. Okay, then we have you leaving the house at 12:47 and Nate's camera has you leaving at 12:47 and you're leaving in the car with your son driving because you're in the passenger seat. Oh, it's on the money? Yeah, 12:47. Nate's camera, boom. You, boom. Your son driving, boom. Wow. Yep. And then you just go straight to the hospital, to the doctor's office. You don't get out of the vehicle. You like literally, it's like one exact loop because it has a start point and end point versus a start end and then a start end. So, your time frame with 5 minutes stop outside ties in with the time of the son's journey back. No. No. Okay. How it looks on NA's data. I have this. Hold on. All right, so NA's data, it shows that it doesn't have them picking up at the airport. It starts a little bit later. And it ends, that trip ends at 2:11, okay? So how I was able to get to this, so if you look at her stuff, you're looking at, it looks just like, what was it? She got back at 2:11. She texted at like, it was like 2:05. 1:48. So in the data, I'd rather show you guys on the sheet. In the data, it shows that NA's trip was just one. So it doesn't show her stopping at like Shanann's. It doesn't have that. What it has is it has her phone either somehow coming back on from being off if it was dead, or like her son's or whatever, and it picks it up halfway from them driving from the airport to then go to Shanann's. But her drive doesn't end at Shanann's. So her whole trip shows just going, or whoever data this is, shows from going from a point on the highway to then at 2:11 it stops. How did I come up with the fact that it was, well, we take the 1:48 timestamp of Shanann walking into the house. So you see her car pulling out at 1:48, Well, 1:48, but it ends at, 2:11 getting home. Well, fuck. How did it take 22 minutes to get home? That's a 10-minute drive. So that's how I was able to do it. Otherwise, it's one trip if you see it on paper. So it doesn't break it up. It doesn't, on paper, it doesn't say that it took from this time to this time to get to Shenan's and that they were there for 5 minutes. It doesn't show any of that. What it shows is from the time of the middle of the highway until 2:11 when it ends. Does that make sense? I was just able to apply logic, which is, well, we know that the car was there at 1:48 and we see it pulling out because of the Ring camera. So that's how I took 1:48. Okay. So it should have only taken from pulling out of Shenan's house at 1:48 in the morning. It should have only taken 10 minutes to get home to her house. She should have been home at 1:58. 10-minute drive. It's in the middle of the night. There's no traffic. I've driven it at that hour. I've even driven it during the day. And instead, she gets home, and that trip that should only take 10 minutes, like that's splitting 8 and 10, or 8 and 12, 10 minutes. It took her 22 minutes to take that trip from the Watts house to get home. I said, what the fuck? How did that take her 22 minutes? Well, it's because she pulled off somewhere. When she pulled out of the driveway, pull up, pull out, like it's, does everybody understand that that's how this all came about? Because on the 360 Life app that she turned in, it just has that trip coming from the airport that starts in the middle of the highway as one trip. It does not break it up. I broke it up out of logic. Well, because here's what they're telling us. There's Shanann walking out of the house at 1:48. We see Nicole Atkinson's car pulling back. Wasn't it to McDonald's? No, it was not. It was not to McDonald's. I went to McDonald's. On Sundays, they closed at midnight. I mean, take that up with them. There are a bunch of little high school kids working there. I went to the Starbucks as well. So this is what happens. This is all that happens. Is that... So I woke up one morning because I said to myself, she was in that fucking house. Or her son dropped her off in the morning. I was like, her son had to do it. He just dropped her off, or her husband dropped her off, but then I said to myself, holy shit, but there's no record of that. There's no record of going there. So, but we know that she was there because how does everything else happen? Meaning the alerts are going off. She's there 10 minutes before her app arrives, allegedly. But more importantly, these phone calls that are happening by Sandy calling the school, but never calling her daughter. Like, her phone's on. So I said to myself, okay. I was like, holy shit. I was like, okay, well, either her husband could take her because he wouldn't be involved in that. Would he be part of the circle? Because all she said was me and Nick, so she covered up like her and Nick's stuff. And I said, at the end of the day, she's there. I said, you can't put her there. You got to put her there the night before. And what makes sense is why it took an extra 10 minutes to get home is because Nick and his mom were arguing in the car, I think, when she pulls off. After dropping off, like, Mom, no, maybe you should stay. Like, Shanann wants you to stay, or maybe it was designed like, hey, just wait a couple minutes and then come to the back. That way, Chris, that way he doesn't know that you're staying. Or like they claim that they always did. They always went through that bottom window. Go in through there. I'll go down and I'll hit, the basement light on so you can see. But at the end of the day, how do you place Nicole Atkinson there before any of these devices? It's because those aren't her devices. She turned in her son's data. So why would you need to lie about that? Why can't you just say that you slept there? Oh, because there's a fucking murder in there. That's why you can't say that. Because you'd be like, well, he left. I think that she went over to Nate's, saw the video, saw, holy fucking shit, you can't see anything. You can't see him leaving with anything. You can't see him walking out with anything. And she's the person that knows, fuck, I was in that house. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. So she's freaking out. I would be freaking out. Who wouldn't be freaking out? And she's like, Sandy, no, I've been here the whole time. I didn't hear anything. Oh my God, they're going to think that I did it. They're going to think that I did this. I didn't do this. No one's going to think that. And no one's going to think that. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they would be talking about. She's freaking out. She's literally worried about everything about her. I'm going to get arrested. Why? Because you were there. They're going to think that I had something to do with this. Everybody farts. Lana, do you think NA has a gag order? No, I think NA is just not going to talk about it because why the fuck would she want to... Can you imagine? Why do you think that nobody is saying a word to me about anything? Because it's not a lot. It's not defamation if it's true, right? Like, why is anybody out to, like, come get me about what I'm trying to say? It's because I caught it. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. That's all it is. God, who? I will say that I've always said about the airport footage, it's complete crap. Airports ever since 9/11, I mean, come on, guys, those are like, you're not getting, it's 9/11. After that, it's your airports are, you want anything in an airport, you're going to get it. No, nothing. Nothing's coming from any airport. There's no surveillance footage. Nothing has ever been released. You have to also think that they're missing people. So when you have missing persons, immediately you're trying to get as much footage as you can, so you're going around. They call Chris in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. to say, hey, what is the height and weight of your kids? And, you know. So what's your explanation of Nick knowing Shanann Sheets? They were in the house? What do you mean? The door was open, so Nick's coming from Longmont. He arrives. She opens up the door because she's waiting for him. He arrives. You know, they go in the house or whatever, and then they're there from 12:20 until 12:47. And now the reason that the garage alarm goes off at 12:45, 12:46 or whatever it was, it's because they acted like, oh, I tried to lean on it and that's why it went off. No, he told on himself. That's how they went out. They locked up that house like Fort Knox. Then they went out through the garage and, you know, like you do, you jump over the thing. Also, I've always put it in there that NA could have had the garage door opener from when she was, you know, house sitting before and never gave it back. If she ever had that, that could have been. But that whole alarm thing with the garage was due to the garage was open because they opened it because they had to then go out it, so they have to open it, and now you're going to have to close it because they went out the garage to have it all locked up. Could they have staged acting like they were jumping on a car to look through something? Yeah. Then they went out the basement window? Sure. But they locked up that house. I don't believe that house was locked up like that when Shanann got home. Question, why do you think about shadows by the truck? I throw out the whole camera footage of all that because it's not the original footage. It's not coming from Comcast because there was no footage. It was when the, what do you call it? When the warrant came back, it said that nothing was recorded on Nate's camera between they started at 1 a.m. on that, 3/13, and they went all the way until 2 p.m. same day. So when that came back as nothing was recorded, that means that as far as shadows go or anything like that, I don't know what footage you're using to get that. Because it wouldn't have been footage from Comcast. So it could have been footage. I mean, anybody could make that look like that. Sorry. But it's not coming from Comcast. That'd be coming from a body cam. That's the only way that that's coming from anything. Or from somebody that would have been like in the shoes of Nate to stand there with his phone and record his television. But nothing was recorded. So do you have any proof of boarding or flight? I have all the proof of when the flight landed, when it hit the ground, when it got to the tarmac, all that. I'm not like any other YouTuber, and I'm not going to go and like make something so that I could, get a bunch of views, and I'm not going to do that. So I don't know. I'm not saying that AD's theory is wrong. What I'm saying is that none of the footage, it's not credible. Maybe NA did it, but still doesn't explain how she didn't. NA didn't do anything. NA didn't kill anybody. That's the whole thing, is NA just happened to be there, and it totally fucked with everything. Because she didn't call the police, and she didn't tell them the truth. And then you have Sandy calling the school 3 times, and on the 3rd time saying, everything's fine, just I'm so sorry that I'm so worried or whatever, but just don't tell anybody that I called here. What? Who says that? I can't show airport footage. Of course you can't show airport footage. It's ridiculous to think otherwise. I have no idea what you're talking about, but they show airport footage all the time during missing persons investigations. I don't have anything. But I have plane records of when a plane would land. Exactly. There'd be no way to show the airport footage unless you got a warrant to do so. I'm completely misunderstood where I was going and what I was going to say before Mia and I got kicked off. Oh, you guys are talking about your own thing in the chat. Oh. No offense, but I'm sorry. You guys, I'm trying to give you guys the facts, and you guys want to still talk about theories, and I'm trying to help everybody here. It's fact. Sandy Rusick called the school 3 times. Never called her daughter. Fact. Who does that? If my kid's missing, think about your kid. You call your kid. Even if you had some spirit come over you, you would still call your kid. I just knew something was bad, so I called the school 3 times. If I know something's bad, I call my kid to say, hey, I just had like a weird dream. Are you guys okay? That's what you do. Lana, my message was to Donna. Okay. I realized that, thanks. Lana, did you unblock Nancy? She is really upset with AD. Why is she upset with AD? I thought Thought she was unblocked. Because NA had Shanann's phone. The only reason that NA had her phone was because she was in that house. Otherwise, you're not going to have her phone. See, everyone's like, oh no, she had it from the night before. No, she didn't have it the night before. Shanann had her phone. NA had her phone. Okay? They both have their own phones. It was, here, let me go in, and then come in from the back. I don't want Chris to know that you're here, because remember that whole thing? I don't know if he's still up, and I just, this way he doesn't know that, he doesn't question why you're here, because nobody ever slept over there. He's going to think something's up, and I don't want him to know anything, so we're just going to leave. But that's how I think that happened. Which makes sense, and they could buy that. But could it be that, Shanann wanted a witness to be, you wake up in the morning, and if you kill your kids and then you plan on blaming your husband, you would want a witness there. Gang unit. Now I remember. How are you? Good to see that you're in chat. Yeah, it took less than that, actually. It was like 2 minutes, and I think 2 minutes and 14 seconds, actually. We did figure that out. Love you, Lana. Great live with AD. You both are awesome. Have to say goodnight. It's mind-bending homework time. There you go. Yeah, subscribe. Why not? Why would Sandy Rusick let the school think she had spoken to Shanann once when she said all was okay now, and not explain not having found Shanann? There's also a chance that when one of those or all of those phone calls happened, could it be NA that was calling and acting like she was the grandparent, and then I'm thinking, oh my God, we have to call the school so that they don't mention anything. It wasn't like Chris said, don't tell anyone that I called here. They said that. So crazy. I'm going back to beginning. Great show with AD. Heather. Most interesting live that I've listened to in quite some time. Yep, come back. Kaz, go for it. Kaz, go for it. Kaz, did you see me? I was freaking Dave for Halloween, man. Doesn't get much better than that. It's good to see you again in here. Oh, I love Aussie Jen. Hi. American Research Project have found footage of Summer Wells Day. She went missing. 4 people left that property. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. Yep. Everyone's always welcome here. Yes, you did. Go for it, Cass. Go for it. I think I nailed his mannerisms. A couple of my things. The thing is, things are going to fall on deaf ears until Chris Watts start talking. Chris Watts was talking, but he was talking to the wrong people. Like KK. I mean, KK totally... everything that KK put out was a lie. Oh, speaking to the gang unit here. So remember how we would always ask... we had all these questions, and we're like, here, email them to Chris and have him answer these. And it was always just like, well, what does this have anything to do with anything? It's because they never talked about the case. Chris told me that, no, she would just tell me about the case. What the fuck? God, can you just imagine that? No, Chris, this is what the evidence says. What? KK, you don't even know what the evidence says. That girl has never looked at a goddamn thing. What is up, Alice, baby doll? Cheers, Lana. I miss you. Hopefully you're doing well. Good person you are. New to your channel and love your straight talk and facts. Snapbacks and facts, definitely. Gang unit, have you followed anything with Sheldon's case? Have you seen any of that? who do you think walked up the steps at Survey if Chris didn't and you don't believe NK was involved? Chris could have. I just know that he didn't have his phone on him when he did it. And I just think that he actually did have his phone on him because the gang unit tried to cover up by saying that he was making calls during that day using his work phone when he wasn't, and he was using his other phone. So why would you want to make it seem like he doesn't have his personal phone on him? So I just went back and went with my gut on that one and said, well, if they're trying to change up all this other shit, it's probably because when they got back, his digitals with him walking and the steps should have been in there and they weren't, and they're like, fuck. That's, I mean, we got cock blocked. You know what? I'm glad that somebody wrote that in here. I still can't believe Dave had Ronnie on his channel watching Chris's initial confession. I can't believe that this family was anti, like, same with Chris. You're not going to have a YouTube channel. You're not going to have this. You're not going to have that. I was like, I don't want any of that. I want to start this website. I want to help families. So you're barking up the wrong tree here. I'm not the one online putting shit out. Like, you got the wrong one, which is the truth. I said, maybe you should, talk to your wife or your mom. You know what I mean? Also, this little Kim G person who was quiet as a mouse, nobody knew about her for all these months. Now all of a sudden, oh my God, Chris, someone just blew my fucking, someone took a baseball bat. All my windows got blown out from my SUV. Who fucking cares? I wouldn't even believe the bitch. I would tell her, well, where were you? Well, maybe you should get better friends or make a police report. What does it have to do with me? Nobody knows who the fuck you are. Did Nancy get unblocked? I thought it happened. That's why I went over, I thought, an 80s chat earlier to ask about that. But, again, Kim G, quiet as a mouse, whole time. Then as soon as KK's out, here comes Kim G. Want to say, like, I'm being fucking... it's just lies. It's just lies. She was never asked, Thunder Before Lightning, she was never asked. The school was interviewed, and the school gave up during the interview, which was literally the next day. And how the school got interviewed is the school called them. They didn't call the school first. The school called them. Anybody thinking that, and they had to be there the whole murder? Well, actually now what Chris says is that he murdered them at the site, so there was no murder in the house. So I'm saying smothering people, there is no, this isn't a bloody murder like knives and shooting people. This is not going to be loud, strangling somebody and suffocating somebody, especially if they're sleeping. So people saying that she slept through it, fuck yeah, you would sleep through it. You wouldn't hear it. And anybody saying that you would, well, I'm saying that you wouldn't. If you slept in the basement, even if you slept anywhere in the house, if you would hear like something, you would think that they'd be like arguing about something. Well, they should be arguing about something because she just caught him cheating. I think that, like I said, whether she slept there, she was definitely there before the call to Primrose, which was between 8:30 and 9. And there was 3 calls. And Primrose did it. Okay, so how do we know it wasn't someone claiming to be Sandy? We're going off of Primrose saying that Sandy made the calls. All it would take is phone records. And that's so easy to get. Sandy's phone records will still be available to this day. I've always said on my lives, NA, show your phone records from August, and I will never say another word. Sandy, show your phone records from August. of 2018, I will never say another word. Why can't they? So, do they have to? Nope. But I'm just thinking, you know, you see all this, I'd be like, oh, hell no, I didn't fucking do that shit. If you have nothing to hide, show it. I'm asking just, you know, who's going to call, like, just think about this. Who was going to have the mind, let's then have Sandy call Primrose as part of the plan? You guys been over there too long drinking that fucking Kool-Aid. And I would wake up. You guys are crazy. Who would wake up, guys? Who would wake up? Think about it. Nobody was killed there now, according to Chris. Yes, I agree on that. The only way you get justice is when the cops stop lying. Yes, but to drag deceased body out quietly. Let me ask you guys a question. I have a huge staircase right over here. Oh. Where do you think there'd be like a big thud? Like when? The way that their house was, it was like this, and then you had to go like that, okay? And then it would be drug all across the foyer, kitchen, whatever, hallway out to then the garage. So you have like this, and then you have like that. Like, what type of thuds do you think that like? I mean, how much noise? I mean, have you guys ever done this before? Like, how much noise do you think that this would be? Because I've done the check the knives. Oh my god, haha! Whole new meaning when you know about NA being there. Yeah, exactly. It was like a last resort. It was like, oh my god, check the knives, like because you're trying to think of other things because you've already exhausted all of these other options. Oh my god, check the knives. I don't know how much noise. What do you think there would be all this noise for? What type of noise do you think there would be? Exactly. I've never tried. I'm just, how loud do you think this would be? Yeah, I'm saying, why would he have to drag though? Like it's thump, thump, thump. That's what I'm trying to say. There wouldn't be, I don't think that there'd be these thumps like you'd think there would be. It's on carpet. I would think if anything, I'm not even going to talk about it because I think it's disgusting. I don't think there'd be these thumps. Have you guys ever slid down your stairs like as a little kid? Like on like a sheet or like a sled, like Home Alone style? Are you thumping each set of stairs? No. Not necessarily loud. Yeah, I'm telling you, I could see, okay, someone's chasing somebody around the house with a knife and they're screaming. Of course, I think that that's going to be completely different. But we're talking about people that were killed while they were sleeping and smothered with a pillow. I've fallen down as an adult. Hopefully you're having fun. Well. Again, I think that this is that part to me is here nor there. You have people that slept in that basement. I straight up asked, I mean, like, I hate to say this, but I asked Cindy Watts about it. Did she, you know, could you hear anything in that basement? Like, no, we couldn't hear anything down there. It's a huge house when there's actually stuff in there. When you're exhausted and you're tired and you go to sleep because you just had a long weekend, you know, and then again, let's say that she didn't sleep there and she got there at 8:30 in the morning. At the end of the day, you're calling your daughter. Nicole Atkinson should be calling her. Nobody called her except for Cassie. Nobody was texting her. None of that was happening. And it's not happening because your friend has your phone and she tells people that. Otherwise, her phone should be, like, blown up. Why don't you think we see any of the timeline transactions? Why do you think they have to hide everything after 10:06? It's not brain surgery. And if all these people were messaging her, there should be all these blank timeline transactions. Even the ones that aren't there, it's only, like, 16. Or I'm able to fill in 16 of the 21 because Ann Meadows was texting both of them. So each Ann Meadows text that went to Chris and each text that went to Chris that went to Ann Meadows, all of that because she was in a 3-way text, that's all going to be a timeline transaction. So basically there was only 5 spots. And the 2 of the spots went to, what's her tits? Amanda Thayer, because Amanda Thayer received those 2 text messages back. So that was 1 and 2 out. So then you have 2 left. So there you go. And now you're going to throw in some Vivin alerts. And her phone was then shut off at roughly between 12:58 p.m. and 1:10 p.m. that day. Her phone was on that whole time until then. And it was after she'd already drove, or her son was driving the car, but then they were going to, like, the doctor's office. Lana is a Shanann hater. No, I'm not. Far from that. But you know what you are, honey? Jealous, because I would never take my time to ever text anybody in alive and say those words. Like, my time's really valuable. Chef's kiss. Let's see. So, Lana, are you saying NA there? How did he get Shanann body in truck and kids walk by Nicole without seeing any of it? I mean, I don't know what you guys don't get if someone's in the basement. Like, what do you mean? Where would he be walking by her? Why would Chris be walking by NA if she's in the basement? Why would they be walking? Why would you need to lie? I love Melsa Man. Shut the fuck up, she isn't. That's awesome. What is this Shanann? I know, right? I'm over here trying to get true justice for Shanann because no one seems to give a fuck about the fact that law enforcement didn't do their job, because nobody would be talking about any of this shit. I think that Chris is a liar, but I also think that Chris was lied to. So some of the stuff that he could be saying, just like, you know, if I'm said something and I just repeat what you tell me, I'm not a liar. I'm just repeating what the hell she said. Like, what the fuck? But it would come across as I was lying. Well, hey, where was Shanann, you know, on Wednesday? Well, I came over to watch the kids and she told me she went to the doctor's office, but she didn't go to the doctor's office. What? Well, she told me she was going to the doctor's office. Well, now law enforcement has to decide if I'm lying or not. Because they actually have her phone that she took, and they see that, nope, she actually went to, let's just say, to get her nails done. Who the fuck knows? Law enforcement be like, why is this bitch lying for her? I'm like, well, I'm not lying. This is what she told me she was doing. This is what she told me, you know. So I think that's what they were running into, is a lot of that. Well, if I'm told something and I just repeat it, you know, that's why I think that Amanda Thayer, watching that interview and to hear the district attorney say, he was over here planning a trip to Aspen. Amanda Thayer had to be sitting there thinking to herself, wait, what? No, she wasn't. Chris wasn't planning a trip to Aspen. Shanann was. And I was supposed to watch the kids. So for her to sit there and watch that press conference, think about that. You're Amanda Thayer, and you knew, well, no, she asked me a bunch of times if I could watch the kids because she's taking Chris to Aspen. Now this DA is trying to tell me in a press conference release that he was planning a trip to Aspen for NK. What were they going to have, threesome out there? Do you see how, like, if I was Amanda Thayer, when I would hear that press conference, I would be like, what the fuck? That's not true. Well, or if that is true, wow. Like, that doesn't make any sense, but just wow. You know, like, I mean, so Chris was like, oh my God, was he nervous that both of those girls would see each other? Like, come on. That's just the one person. If anybody was to say, Lana, who would you want to interview in this case? Amanda Thayer. Hands down, I would want to say, what was it like when you heard the district attorney saying that Chris was planning a trip to Aspen for his girlfriend? What did you think when you heard that? And I think that she'd be like, well, I was definitely shocked because Shanann was going there. Shanann was planning a trip for Chris and her. So to hear that Chris was planning one with NK, like, were they all going to just hang out together? Do you think law enforcement planted the sheets in the kitchen trash can? I don't know. I don't know about that. Amanda Thayer, interesting choice in it. Yep, the second person would be Miss Woods from Primrose. Because I'd want Amanda Thayer's phone records. Her phone records will tell me everything. I'd want to know what airline she flew back for Kentucky from the divorce or the death, her and her husband. I'd want to know if Shanann was late on payments, how she paid to go to Primrose when she was in charge. There's a lot of things I'd want to know. Amanda Thayer's her phone records would be pimp right now. Lana, what do you think about the flights of stairs up to Hatch not registering on Chris's phone? Yeah, I think that's a huge problem for trial. Not saying that he couldn't have done it, but you're going to be able to prove that he had his phone on him by him walking around and making the other phone calls. So when did he, he just, decided to put his phone away during that time, but it really wasn't away because steps were being registered. I just think that was going to be hard for something at trial. Lana, do you think that this case will ever be reopened and go to trial? No, I don't. I do have a few questions for Amanda and Nick myself. Her brother passed in Kentucky. Yep. Oh my God, I'm so glad. I'm so happy I got to be unalive from you all. Oh, perfect. Me too then. Thank you. Who do I believe killed them? Brand new channel. Sorry to have you repeat yourself. I've never said it any time who I've ever thought killed anybody. I said that I think that the parents are to blame because as parents, we're supposed to protect our kids. So when we don't do that, we fail as kids. Or, I mean, we fail as parents. And I think that if one of my parents ever said, hey, I need you to write a letter because your wife is crazy and she's accusing us of killing the kids, and all this stuff, like, we've never seen her like this. I just, like, it was such a big deal that they didn't go to the birthday party. Like, where are, like, then the other side of the grandparents being like, why aren't Ronnie and Cindy here? Who schedules a birthday party when they can just wait a week until Chris is there and they all have a birthday party? Like, that's my kid. We're not having the birthday party without me there. I mean, come on. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. None of it does. And then the person that she was meeting up with every Tuesday at that friend's, like, local restaurant or whatever, how could that person not be invited to the birthday party? Wild. I just think that a lot of adults didn't do, like, they weren't acting like adults, and that two innocent girls lost their lives, and then obviously Shanann's pregnant and she lost the baby. And how does that happen? And that's why it really bothered me when, you know, all I heard about was talking about Chris. Fuck Chris. Like, I'd be talking about my grandkids or my nieces and my unborn grandchild, and I just don't see that enough. I don't see that enough. I see everything being about Chris, and I want no part of that. You know, even, like, look at Dave's channel now. I mean, these are people that didn't want anything to do with YouTube to the point that they never even went on KK's channel, you know. And now they're over on Dave's channel and just fucking talk about, I think it's embarrassing. I think it's absolutely a disgrace to the grandkids. She wants to read stuff that Chris wrote. Fuck out of here. Who gives a fuck what Chris wrote? People that want to hear that shit, why? You know, Cindy and Ronnie said that they wanted to help other families that found themselves in a position like themselves. Well, what have Ronnie and Cindy done to do that at all? To help other people? You know, you hear about families that go through horrible situations like that they've went through, and they start foundations and they're a part of something and they want to go on to help people. Well, I thought that that's what they wanted. Their actions show that all they care about is themselves and their son. And it's disgusting. That's how I feel. That's not how I felt when I talked to Ronnie leading up to me and him going to Denver. A couple different times when I felt like, you know, Jamie said, I'm so glad that Dad's taking the lead on this. Like, he needs to. Yeah, I don't think that Cindy should be leading anything. Cindy needs a therapist, stat, 100%. I think that a hobby, volunteer, but Crazy. Lana, do you think it's a crime of passion defense if Chris was to go to court? Yeah, 100% that's going to be the defense, but you're talking about removal of the bodies, and that's a max of 12 on each, so it's 48 years. So right there, like, when I spoke to these attorneys, it was, you know, you're going to be able to get Chris on crime of passion, even if you can get him found not guilty for the kids. You got crime of passion, and then you have the removal of the bodies, and depending on how you would get these served, are they going to be consecutive or are they going to be concurrent sentences? So, you know, is he going to serve all those accounts all at once? Is it going to be... So those are the type of things that I talked to with the attorneys. And then it's also like, I even believe that if this, you know, was to get back kicked to the courts, back when I was doing this, I always said that I think that they're going to offer a different deal, that nothing can come out. So I think there's going to be a different offer made. So it'd be Chris pleading out again, and it's like, would you take that plea deal? Would you take a deal that said that, you know, Chris is going to serve, let's just hypothetically, let's just throw out 30 years. Would Chris take that deal? And it's time, you know, obviously he's been there, so that would be time that they're counting. And then you have to ask, you know, is he able to be up for parole? Because then is it possible that he's only serving 15? These are all things that I was talking to about the fact of, if you get an attorney, because of the way everything was handled, because of the evidence that's there, all that type of stuff, or I should say the lack of evidence, how everything was handled, what's going to be admissible in court, what's not going to be admissible in court. I'm telling you this right now, Jane Fisher does not take that case. She would never take a case that could jeopardize her future. That's what she told me, and I believe it, because I wouldn't do it either. You got everybody labeling this guy as a, you know, baby killer. Who wants to defend that? But they saw something in it. They didn't say yes. What they did is, after I talked to them, showed them everything, then they took it, talked to themselves for 3 days, and then got back and said, okay. And then they were even able and willing to take the installments to make the $200,000 retainer, which I negotiated for the Watts family to be able to afford that. Instead of coming up with all the $200,000 at once, it was like paying $50,000 at the first of each of the next 4 months. And that the money generated from the website, as well as whatever wasn't generated, the Watts would come up with, to do everything, you know, the right way. You get behind it, like, you want this to happen. Why aren't you endorsing that? You're expecting people to crowdsource fund, but you're not going to tell them anything about it. You're not going to tell them that, hey, this is how we're going to proceed with this. We're making a nonprofit. We're going to help other families. Why wouldn't you be educated and like, deal with a PR person and then make a plan with attorneys like you were supposed to? Why wouldn't you do anything like that if you truly wanted to know the truth? I gave you that. In fact, you could have went with a way cheaper attorney, got all the information, and then just went and tanked the 35C. But you're going to get all the files. You're going to have all your answers. But no. Let's act like degenerates and invalids and fucking talk about it on a live with Dave about what the fuck the interview was about while he's watching the World Series. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's what you did? And then, I think what's disappointing is the, like, honesty thing. what do you have going on in your life right now if you're the Watts family? Absolutely nothing except for Jamie and her family. That's it. So all my time would be going to that. Why the fuck are you on YouTube? These are complete strangers. Who gives a fuck what they think? Right? Why don't you want to go help other families like you said you want to do? Like, wouldn't that make you feel good? Because I will say this until I'm dead, that the Watts family doesn't know what to do. Like, they're naive to certain things. They're like, you know, get up in the morning, he goes to work, he works a long day, he comes back home, he does it again. That's what Mr. Watts does. Every single day, Monday through Saturday. He has off on Sunday. So, but when something's not your cup of tea, you go and you hire somebody that's what their cup of tea is. And the Watts, in my opinion, were a perfect example of living out of state when this happened. How are they supposed to help their son? Hey, they said, we want to get an attorney for Chris. We want to get an attorney for Chris. That's what his dad said a couple times. Well, then why didn't you fucking call one when you were in Colorado? Oh, gang unit, wait till I tell you what happened. So you're in Colorado. If the police are dicking you around, all you have to do is go and call any attorney and say, hey, I'm Ronnie Watts. I'm Chris Watts' dad. I'm here. Do you want to know what would have happened? Ugh, they would have been like, where are you? Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you make a couple of those phone calls to these big firms, they would have been all over that. So to sit here and say, like, all it was a phone call. They didn't even attempt to make a phone call. They just left. You know, he pushed back because he was trying to see Chris. No, fuck Chris. Go get an attorney. Go talk to somebody. I mean, if you can't get in touch with Chris, what are you going to just do? Sit like this in your hotel room? I mean, are you seriously telling me that they couldn't even do that? But the point was, let's say that they couldn't. Like, they didn't know what to do. That's what the whole point of Fight for a Family is. It's to literally help people that would actually be in a situation like that got railroaded and it's actually innocent. Imagine that. And I'm talented. I'm gifted. I think that I could dig through a discovery and put it together like nobody else. I do believe that. That's not me I'm saying that I want to take a talent that I have and I want to help people. So why would everybody in America and other countries come and hate on me for that? Or even the Wattses for that matter. Like, hey, we're going to start this nonprofit. Yep. And you guys are going to be vice president and secretary, treasurer, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But this is going to, wait, Lana, we don't want to do this unless this is going to help people. It's going to help other people, not just Chris, right? Not just Chris, right? That was what this was all about. That they just didn't want this to be for Chris. That was like the big thing. I have Chris recorded saying it. Okay. So then why aren't we helping people? Why aren't you guys I'm helping people. Why aren't you guys helping people? In fact, you're fucking lying. The Watts family wrote me a cease and desist in May saying that if I don't take them off of a website, which they were already off, something about that I forged their signatures, or you got to be fucking out of your goddamn mind. That never fucking happened. Forge your signatures. What am I forging your signatures on? Why would I need to forge your signatures? Why would I do everything by the book to forge your fucking signatures? Fuck out of here. Forge your signatures. You out of your fucking mind? Oh, but it was a legal shield that Kim Kaufman rolls with. Kim Kaufman got Cindy and told her, hey, Lana's being investigated by all of these criminal branches, FBI and all this fucking crazy shit. And you need to say, you have to distance yourself from that nonprofit because she and that nonprofit are going down. That's what Kim Kaufman did. Then Kim Kaufman starts talking to a guy that's a reporter named John Paul. John Paul claims that he interviewed the Watts family. Bravo. Must have been an enlightening conversation. Again, I get this cease and desist. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I saw, then you're going to tell the press about this? That's defamation. So you defamed me to the media, Mr. and Mrs. Watts? Kim Kaufman, you defamed me to the media? Wild shit. Then, if that wasn't enough, when I was asking them because when this whole thing went down, I'm like, we have members, and we're going to be honest, Favorite Family's not going to have anything to do with, Chris's 35C, if you guys should ever choose to do it or whatever. When he had made that decision that I was already in Aliquippa. Like, already my efforts were in Pennsylvania. And so what I find just utterly fucking amazing is that I have all the proof in text messages, in phone calls, in emails, everything to prove all of this not true. But more importantly, I said, we have to get all of this situated. Like, if you want out of Chris isn't going to do the 35C anymore. Who gives a fine? Awesome. It's about other people. This isn't about what Christopher wants. It's not happening like that. This is about anybody that supported this nonprofit. This is about anybody that this nonprofit's going to help. And this whole Lana scammed the Watts is going to be, first of all, addressed. And Ryan was like, oh my God, Jamie, oh my God, you never fucking scammed us. Who's saying that? That's crazy. I'm like, that's all they're saying. That's all they're saying, because what do you mean? Because you guys aren't doing what the lawyers are saying, listening to what the lawyers have to say, talking with the lawyers. Well, then again, they're not your lawyers, so you guys might have to get your own lawyers. You want people to buy into a website to help crowdsource fund a retainer, but you're not going to tell them and just be accessible to the point of all the information is going to be run through here. We want answers just like the community wants answers. We're going to be an open book. That way all of the lies and all of this, stuff that these YouTube creators just run with and make up, we're hoping to eliminate that. It's not fair for the Rusiks. That's how this is approached. Not like a bunch of fucking him-hoes. It's very, very, So check this out. So my super chat into Dave's was all about, hey, because the Wattses were involved when I said my kid and me were getting fucked with by Kim and her fucking fuckerage. KK, that fucking slob. Again, it's not defamation if it's true. Fucking scam, lying bitch, telling me that she knew your son and your daughter-in-law prior to the murders. Telling me that she has cancer. Doing all these treatments. What a fucking lying bitch. Like, does not anybody think that that's psychotic? Because it's psycho. It's vile. And there's Carolyn D. Yeah, you want to talk about Carolyn D? KK takes the cake on that. But you want to talk about just humanity. Everyone wants to talk about the damn Watts family. Poor me, poor my, poor what? What are you talking about? Well, that's all we have. All of our savings will be gone. Well, then don't do it. Or if you want it to be crowdsourced, then do the right thing and you tell people this is not a scam. This is how our family is trying to do this, period. Like, do an interview with fucking People magazine. You just did an interview with Dave, for heaven's sakes. Literally. While you watch the World Series on YouTube, while he asks you questions about a fucking, like, wow. About an interview that took place, that it was the homicide of your grandkids. We don't want the internet. We don't want YouTube. We don't want anything to do with YouTube. Chris doesn't want YouTube. Why are you telling me this? I don't have a YouTube channel. What? Maybe tell your wife. I don't know why you're telling me this. I'm just talking about when you want to talk about who people are. So when I super chatted Dave, I said, hey, it was okay for me to help your son who's guilty as fuck. But because I believe in the Constitution, I believe in rights. So I believed in, if he wants to appeal, he has that right. That's all. That's like, if I'm not biased. I leave all emotions out of things. Stick with, these are the facts. I'm not going to embellish shit. I don't need to. But hands down, I was super chatted, and it was about Kim Kaufman is contacting my fucking ex-wife's attorney, trying to take my child away from me, saying that I dress up my son like dead people. This is all what Kim wrote in an email. That I'm doing nefarious things, having people look people up, do all this random shit that she's writing in. She fucking wrote the attorney general. She, blah, blah, fucking blah. But I told the Watts that this was happening in February of 2021. And then I told them again it was happening in August of 2021. And I said, I need your help because none of this has happened. I didn't scam you guys. This fucking bra is fucking not out of her mind. Okay? And y'all know it. And either you're going to help me or I'm going to make you help me. And I don't want to have to subpoena the Watts family. Like, who wants to do that? Wouldn't you be like, oh my God, she's doing what? She emailed your ex-wife's attorney? Yep. Wouldn't you be like, wait, what? Wouldn't you have a big fucking problem with that? To the point of like, why are you going after Lana's child? Wouldn't that resonate a little bit with the fucking Watts family? So I'm supposed to help you with your son, who's by no means innocent. My son, who is completely innocent, and so am I. You're going to go and lie and fucking fill out paperwork, or at least blurt it out to then allow Kim Kaufman's legal shield to send me a cease and desist with nothing but lies, and then give that over to the media, and you think that that's going to be okay? You think I'm going to be okay with that? You fucking lost your goddamn minds. You think I did all this work? What do you think I'm going to do for my own kid? Complete fucking utter bullshit. To the point of that we should give a fuck. Someone that says I'm a Shanam hater, no. I think the Watts is showing their true colors right now is actually fucking their son. Because now you can see where he gets it from. And Cindy Watts and Shanam butted heads because they're the same person. Cindy Watts calls me up one day and says to me, Lana, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So why are you sorry? Why are you apologizing to me? Because I just have to tell you some stuff. You know how you told me to stop talking to people? I was like, well, no, I didn't tell you to stop talking to people. I said, don't talk to people about any of this. Talk to whoever you want. It's a huge difference. Well, I didn't. Okay, so why are you apologizing to me? What did you do? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I don't give a fuck what you did. But if you lied, I mean. But she felt the need to apologize to me. And I think it was 3/18, 2021, 3/18. Mind you, the 35C is still technically on. And I said, Cindy, I'm telling you, you guys have phenomenal lawyers. Call them up and get the answers that you need about your grandkids. That you say that this is what this is all about. Just call them. Tell them what you guys, be honest with them about what the goal is here. But they're going to be honest with you that if Chris is the client, so if Chris pulls out at any point in time, it's over, it's done with. So, but you guys are on there to get like the information and just go get those files. Get all of the discovery and then just pay for them to go through it and get your answers if you don't have the, the guts to want to go through that and read that. I gave them so many different ways to go about it. What was this about? Why are you guys doing this? Is this really something that Chris wants to do? But I sure as fuck wouldn't be on no fucking YouTube channel with a guy like Dave that was running around telling people that Shanann had some sexual encounter with some fucking rake that was at the site. Just wow. And I sure as fuck wouldn't be rolling around with Kim Kaufman. I just wouldn't be rolling around with any of this stuff. You guys said that you wanted to help people. You haven't helped anybody. You can't even help yourself. And now you're lying on another mom because of that cease and desist that had nothing but fucking lies in it. All because what? Kim Kaufman told you to do this because I was being investigated by, what was it again? All these agencies? Because I'm some criminal? Honey, I have no background, no criminal history. Never will. Because I'm not a criminal. I actually respect the law. I respect the people that choose to uphold it to the best of their ability. Our system would work. The thing that doesn't work in our system are the people. Corrupt people will make any system fail. So, the Watts raised a fucking pussy. And, because there's no fucking way I would ever say I killed my kids, touch my kids if I didn't. Period. And he also has zero respect for his parents. Because the day that I would ever put my parents through something that he has put his parents through, meanwhile, he fucking knows everything. And if he wants to say, I can't remember. I asked him, I said, Chris, are you ready to fight? He said, yeah, God wants me to fight. God's telling me to fight. God's telling you to fight. Well, what was God telling you to do on 3/12 or on 8/12, 8/13? I hate when people fucking, I'm a spiritual person and don't fucking talk to me about God. Don't ever fucking talk about God like that. Coward fuck. And this is to Ronnie and Cindy. You raised a pussy. Okay? You should have named him Chrissy. And the shit that you guys have pulled with Kim Kaufman, it's going to come to light. Because Kim Kaufman's the biggest troll. And when it comes out that she's been trolling the fucking Rusick family, it's going to look pretty fucking bad on your end. This is why Jamie doesn't speak out. It's because regardless of what Jamie would say or wouldn't say, it will all be twisted. That's what she told me, and I believe that. I wouldn't say a word either, but to sit here and say that Jamie was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. She was willing to do that Jamie's journal, honestly, for her brother, her nieces, her unborn nephew, because let me tell you why. Because it actually made sense to her. Because she said it, Lana, you told it like it was. You never wanted to hear from Chris. You didn't give a fuck what Chris ever had to say. And you were the only one that actually brought us evidence and showed us stuff and showed things. And I was like, yeah, but so she was willing to make a sacrifice because she didn't want to do it, but she was willing because if people are going to donate, okay, to help fund this, Jamie said the words, well, they should probably get something for that. And I said, well, what do you get when you donate to the Innocence Project? You're not guaranteed a podcast because you donated. You get access to a podcast. I said, if people want to donate because they want to help people, you shouldn't expect anything in return. Okay? And that's actually why I wanted to help this family, because I wasn't expecting anything in return. But I can tell you what I was not expecting. I was not expecting to be lied about. And I was not expected to be completely and royally fucked over to the point that you're putting my relationship with my child, you're discarding that and letting people lie about it and letting people interfere. And like I said, it's all going to get flushed out. Okay, but it should have never even got to this point. Because your best friend, Cindy Watts, is the one doing it. And I went to Denver 7, and I went to Denver 9 with it. And when I'm done with all of this shit, because who doesn't want to pick up a story that has to do with Cindy and Ronnie Watts and what the fuck they have done to me? Somebody that was trying to help them. What their best friend is doing. And I can prove. What media doesn't want to cover that? This is somebody, KK, who is your best friend, who talked to Chris thousands of hours. Coming. What, you guys think you're going to annihilate another family? You got me fucked up. Oh, thank you there, Jody. Appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to all my mods. It's been a long night. It should have been called the Halloween Surge. Halloween Hangover usually drags. But I went in this helping people, and I'm still helping people. I can't say the same for that family. You can just watch and see what they do and who they choose to spend their time with. They haven't helped anybody. Not a soul. But they single-handedly let me pay every single bill that has come through for Fight for a Family. It's still up and running because I pay every single month. Paid to have the website built, pay for everything every single month that has anything to do with that. Comes straight out of my fucking account. If you think Fight for a Family makes money about it, you're out of your fucking mind. Fight for a Family doesn't make any money. There's no members because it's been defamed so fucking bad. And every single creator had their hand in that. And then all their mods had hands in it, and you guys know who you are. Some people have admitted to the fact that, yeah, I did stuff that I regret, and I own it. And they've, you know, turned over new leaves because of it, or whatever. But unfortunately, this platform breeds one thing. Competition's fine. I'm an athlete. But what this platform breeds is, it's not competition. Okay. It is pure fucking, like, nasty hatred, cheating, lying. It's like, why can't y'all just have your own channels? Do whatever the fuck you want. I've never seen McDonald's go over to Burger King and sit outside of fucking McDonald's, or vice versa, with their Burger King fucking gear on or their McDonald's gear on, and tell everybody that's in McDonald's, all their workers have herpes or something like that. But that's what this fucking platform's all about. Fucking insane. Absolutely fucking insane. And then I realized that, oh, that's because nobody that's running a YouTube channel is a business person. Because business-minded people would never run anything like this. Business-minded people would realize that if y'all work together in by some like rules, kind of like the mob, that all of your channels would have flourished very, very profitably had the 35C done what it was supposed to do. Because all of your channels would have been relevant. Now look at all of your channels. They're all fucking hate channels. They're all, drama channels and whatnot. And now it's just like making shit up, and it's very, very, things got weird. Everything gets weird. It's insane. It truly is. It truly is. And you know what? You know, it's crazy. If I would have just played the game with all these creators, because I could have played, yeah, oh my God, yeah, hi, how are you? Yep. What, been cool with all of them? What, right? Oh my God, no. Lana's gaining too much momentum. We have to have a fucking scandal. We have to do this. Oh, Lana's not going to go with this. We got to now do this. We have to do this. Who the fuck thinks like that? Nobody wants to live like that. You know, some of you people, maybe your husbands just stopped making as much money as they do, so that you have to actually go get a fucking job, so that you don't have time on your hands to do fucking stupid shit. Who fucking trolling, making up fucking names and going on accounts? Like, who has time for that? I really want to know. Like, that's what your life consists of. Like, think about it. When you go to bed at night, you just fucking talk to yourself with you and your alts. What a fucking life, man. It's just nuts. But I asked the Watts, you know, and Jamie knows the truth. Jamie knows that I never scammed their family. They wanted me to protect them against this channel called Unmasked. I mean, just a bunch of fucking shit. And because my name was tossed up in like protecting Jamie from Unmasked, they came for me. We'll see how that all plays out. I know you try to be cool, Mother's Day panel and sees. Yeah, and actually, I don't even want to say the word tried. I just am cool. I'm a chill, cool motherfucker. I don't care if you support me or not, but you're not going to defame me. So, no, I don't need anybody going balls to the walls. If you don't support Lana a certain way, then Lana wants things done a certain way. No, just be real. I could tell you right now, if any single person out there was being attacked and somebody was going for like their kid and talking about like their kid in any fucking type of way, and they were like on a level of like that I talked to them in some type of way, I mean, who the fuck would be okay with that? But, none of you guys know anything about my life. Not a damn thing. Because you think you see men alive for, what, 5 minutes, fucking 10, even an hour or two. You don't know dick about me. I don't know you, you don't know me. But we may like the same thing, and so therefore you're here and you want to talk about things with a case. Awesome, great. You want to know something about a case. Awesome, great. That's what this is about. I don't come on here for friends. I come on here to promote Fight for a Family. I come on here for Sheldon Jeter Jr. I come on here for Jamie Brown, Rachel Deltondo, Lindsey Parton. Recently, I've done a lot of stuff with the Delphi. I mean, those two girls, 8th graders. Fucking sad. Fucking sad. So if the Watts say they want anything, who gives a fuck what they want? Who gives a fuck what Chris wants? They told me that they wanted to help people. I've had Fight for a Family started since March of 2021. They haven't tried to help anybody. Did they start a foundation? Do they go and volunteer anywhere? Do they help? I mean, what do they do? Who the fuck have they helped? But, we're all supposed to care what the fuck Chris has to say, and Cindy wants to read some stupid ass fucking letter or some shit like that. The fuck out of here. Cindy and Ronnie Watts have no fucking clue about their son's life, their daughter-in-law's life, their grandkids' life, except for a couple different occasions when they were with them. They never spent any holidays with them. You know, normally when your family is from out of town, or you live out of town, you usually go back to your hometown for holidays such as Christmas, for holidays such as, Easter or Thanksgiving. They never spent any holidays with their families at all. That is telling. So much so, like, that, no family traditions with the holidays. No talking about Jesus. No talking about God. Nothing. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. They didn't go to their son's wedding. They didn't go to the beach because Chris didn't make it a point to say, no, my family's here as well. We're going to meet up with them. His kids were in town with him. First time at the beach. They're never there anyways. And you're going to be a pussy and say, who cares what fucking shenanigans I'm going to get pissed about? Who cares? I'm doing this for my kids. My kids deserve to be with both of their sets of grandparents at the beach, and y'all can't suck it up. No, you're a bunch of fucking bitches. both of you. That's why I said, who's to blame for 2 little girls losing their lives? Chris and fucking Shanann. I don't care who did anything. They're shit fucking parents. All of their fucking vacations was all about Thrive. Hey, we're going to take the kids to go do this trip, or we're going to take the kids here on the weekend, or we're going to do this. Where the fuck is any of that? It's not there. Why? Because it never happened. When was Jamie and her husband and her kids in Denver to be there, to hang out? Again, you don't like somebody that's your in-law, that's still your brother, you know, and vice versa. So there's none of these memories, because there are no memories, because there's no events to have memories from. Then Cindy wasn't going to the birthday party of Cece's regardless, but Ronnie was on his way. But then Shanann posted something on social media. Ronnie saw it and said, fuck it, I'm not, now I'm not going. This is fucking bullshit. Because of Shanann continuing to post on social media, on her Facebook page, about the nuts. Well, only a bitch thinks like that. Because my dad, he wouldn't care. He'd be like, that broad's so fucking wacko. Like, I'm here to see my grandkids. I don't give a fuck what you write on some stupid ass fucking social media bullshit. You know? That's exactly how my dad would say it. That broad's fucking wacko, man. Trying to kill our grandkids. You know, like, he would still show up at the birthday party, you know. But Cindy wasn't going regardless. Well, just like you didn't go to the fucking, you know, the wedding. Do you guys see that pattern? So we're over here supposed to say that, oh my God, Shanann's such a bitch, right? Why? Why is Shanann such a bitch about any of that? Because the way I see it is Shanann didn't say, you can't come to the birthday party. Did Shanann say, you can't come to the wedding? No, they chose. Maybe Shanann was being a brat or whatever. Who gives a fuck? What about your son? You say it's all about Chris. We're not going to the wedding now. Why? Fucking why? Like, think about that. How does that happen? Well, I can only tell you my experience. And my experience is this. There's not anything I hate worse in the world than somebody to my face telling me something when I talk to them. You know, and then they get off the phone, and let's say they call up somebody like Gina, and then they talk to fucking Gina. And then Gina calls me. And now what Gina has to say to me, because now whatever Cindy said to Gina isn't the same thing that Cindy said to me. So you got fucking Gina over. Well, I don't think that Cindy would lie. Think again, motherfucker. Cindy just talks just to talk. No idea what the fuck she's talking about. Blah, 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 blah. But yes, Lana, Shanann Watts accused Cindy of attempting to kill her grandkids. Time works well, but come on, Lana, be real. No, I'm agreeing. Is that batshit? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm not disagreeing that that's batshit. What I'm saying is the broad's batshit. Did she ever accuse you of killing the kids before? No, right? Well, so she's on some fucking bullshit writing this stuff on social media. Great, awesome. So what does that have to do with your grandkids? What does that have to do with going to a birthday party? I'm just saying, your choice. I'm going to ignore her. She's a fucking bimbo. You know, that's how you would be. You wouldn't take it out. If I want to see my son, if I want to see my son's kid, I'm going to be there. Hey, let's go to, let's plan our, our annual, I mean, how often do you think they should go to Denver to see the grandkids? I mean, I don't know. They're gonna be able to stay at their house with them. They don't have to rent a car or anything like that. So you're paying for 2 plane tickets. It's super cheap. I don't think that I would only have like 2 trips in a period of like 4 years. I just don't. I mean, I don't know. And then they're never coming. They're never going home. Like, it was just to sit here and say that anybody's close. Nobody was close. They don't have anything to say. They don't know anything. They didn't even know that they filed bankruptcy. They didn't know shit. And Jamie nailed it when she said, she's like, what am I going to talk about? And I was like, you did make your point well. It was just like, she's crazy. I'm not disputing that fucking Shanann's crazy. I think that they're all fucking crazy. That's my point, is that what makes Shanann less crazy than these motherfuckers? He fucking killed everybody. You know, if Shanann wants to run her fucking mouth and say all this shit to you when she got home, so who cares? She's always talked like that, you know. Oh, I don't think somebody running their mouth at me is gonna make me annihilate my whole family. So, oh yeah, no, Molson, man, I know. I want you to tell me what you think. We agree on a lot of things. I just think that it's just batshit. It's batshit that now I've seen it all right there. Well, by God, bless your heart, honey. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Thank you for stopping by. They were the perfect storm of dysfunction. I wish Stanley Kubrick would make a movie about you and this case, Lana. Yeah, it's insane. When we live in a different state than our grandkids, we were able to fly back to Michigan only once a year. Too expensive. Yep. Well, I mean, it's point is that you truly make, you know, effort and time to put towards things that you really think are important in your life. And just as easily as you could say that the Watsons could travel there, Jamie and them, they were very well off. Like, I'm sorry, but they could afford it. But also Shannon and Chris could have went. Kids fly free under 2. This didn't happen because of August 12th. This didn't happen because of one incident. This was something that was building up. And it was building up over a long period of time, in my opinion. And I think that the pattern shows that. I mean, you think about this. You didn't go to your kid's wedding. I'd have to be dead not to go to my son's wedding. There's nothing keeping me from going to my kid's wedding. There's nothing keeping me going from my kid's kindergarten graduation. So, and definitely not some bimbo. And that's how guys would think. Like, and for the most part, from my understanding, Chris always thought that about his dad. He never got caught up in the whole Shanann issues. So, with like his Shanann and Cindy would, you know, go at it or whatever. And he was more or less like saying like that's just like girl drama, whatever. But my dad never got involved with that until that trip when he didn't go to the birthday party, and it was because he had had enough. And I don't blame Ronnie for having enough, and that Shanann played games because then the next week she's sending him a picture of the kid, the ultrasound picture. But yet didn't want them at the beach. But yet she sends the ultrasound picture. Yeah, that's some fucked up shit. I was with Ronnie in Denver when he showed that to me, and I saw the text messages. Yeah, but I also saw the text messages came in and through on a number that wasn't saved. So did you like delete her out of your phone? But it wasn't from a text message that said Shanann. It was her phone number. Again, I don't try to get involved with people. Like, that's what is here or there. But I do believe Ronnie when he says, I think that the most honest person in the game is Ronnie. I think that Ronnie picks and chooses his battle, and he picked poorly the past year of his life. I do. Jamie called it and she said Dad should be taking the lead on this. He was. And then I said to you need to just shut down Cindy. She doesn't need to be talking to any of these idiots. Cindy's over here saying, yeah, Lana, you can write a book and you can keep all the money. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't want any of that. That's not what this is about. Writing a book? What the fuck? Where did that even come from? We're talking about how we just got these lawyers and you're telling me to go write a book. And she said the same thing to KK, same thing to fucking a lot of people. What? I was just like, where's your brain? No, we're going to help people, Cindy. Don't you want to help people? We're going to help people. I'm not writing a book about what? This fuckerage? I don't want any part of that. There's nothing to write. I don't know why we're just like this little family from, North Carolina. Well, then be that little family from North Carolina and get the fuck off the internet because that's what you wanted to be, off the internet. We're not doing YouTube. The fuck are you talking about? You make no sense. Boston, love you. I'm all but about saying my piece and keeping my peace too. Absolutely. Peace be with us and also with you. There is now something to write. Yeah, exactly. They have been off YouTube until recently. I had said it to them. I was like, you guys got rid of YouTube. Why are you guys back? This is what you wanted. And then you got rid of KK. Why is she back in your life? What the fuck are you doing? They were like, Lana, we blocked KK. She's off Chris's list. I blocked Gina. I did all these things. And I'm just like, okay, I don't give a fuck what you do. Why are you telling me this? And now I just realized that I was like, Jesus, was KK running your life? Because she calls me one day and she's like, hey, H&L just called me and they want me to do an interview. I'm like, what? I'm like, you wouldn't even do an interview for your own damn website. You want to talk to H&L or whatever the fuck? You want to talk to HBO? What are you talking about? She's like, well, what do you think I should do? I was like, are you asking me what I would do? Or now I get it. KK was ruling your life. Oh, I'm not going to do that, Cindy. You can talk to whoever you want. I would just probably advise against doing any interviews at the moment. Oh, shit. I couldn't even fucking believe it. I was like, we can just write them an email. I mean, HLN, some shit like that. HNL, I don't fucking know. She was talking to... It was... I was just like, I'm over here doing all this shit, and you want an interview about with what? What do you want to do an interview about? Is it going to be about the website? I mean, is it about the 35C and your efforts to help your son, finance this through launching a nonprofit and helping with that so that you can help other people? I mean, what are you talking about? They wanted to re-air something, and I said I wouldn't be a part of that. I would not be approving anything. They wanted something re-aired and Kelly was getting re-interviewed or something like that. And I was like, what the fuck are y'all doing? What the fuck is going on? Just whack shit. Do whatever you want, but Jesus, I mean, why are you even thinking about that? No. Maybe you should ask the lawyers. Ask them what they think. Go ask KK. Go call People Magazine up. Tell them that Chris is out of lube. So stupid. So I usually end my lives, because I'm going to end this. It's enough of me talking about the fucking Waltz family. There's way better things out there in life. But I will end my live with, Let's see. Oh, wait, here it is.
Agree that she was probably a bitch to Chris. Probably.
Probably.
But
This is my life.
the woman is dead. Let her rest in peace.
I can't
She
believe
was fucking murdered.
I can't believe you said
And you act like she's the Antichrist. I was there. None of yous. Fucking none of yous. You, Star Mama, Mia,
Star Mama.
none of you
Star Mama.
have been in the presence of both Ronnie and Cindy and Jane.
He's like, you have never been in the presence of both Cindy and Ronnie. That's two, that's both, but Jamie. Okay. So, and then you hearted it. It's time to go. Oh, Star Mama. I'm so happy you came. Yeah. Yeah, please, yeah. Who cares? Who cares, damn dude? Oh no, this is like my humor. I think this is fucking hilarious. He like legit did a live to to tell people that he was in the presence of Ronnie, Cindy, and Jamie. None of you fucks have been in the presence of all three. All three. and then it was because I was probably sleeping with Jamie. You think very highly of yourself, David. Oh shit. So one night, Hot Ham Radio, we were doing something. It was just us, and then I went live because I thought none of yous. I thought that Hot Ham Radio was still going to be up, so I labeled my live, this one's for Hot Ham Radio. So what I did is I did this. And because I'd never watched this live where Dave is reading off Sandy's letter. And I was like, oh my God, Dave just told the universe that Chris had warts. Warts. I was like, wait, did he just say warts? On his dick. And I said, oh my God, how has nobody caught this? So I showed it for Hot Ham. Hot Ham, do you remember that? Remember when I did that for you? Let's see. Your channel. I'll find it here. Oh my God, because of my live tonight, guys, I want to thank all of you. I went over 5,000 subscribers, legit, and not one bought lap dance towards any of the members, or subscribers rather. Videos. Yeah, here it is. So I did this, and I about had a heart attack. Hot Ham special. This is it. So this is how I'm ending my live. Fuck about that.
Dad, sister, aunts, and
This is
cousins.
me.
No one came.
Look it. Just like about to go to bed. Fucking not even.
Chris spoiled Shanann, vice versa. They were
yeah,
so
thank
in
you.
love and were a great team.
Thank you.
Shanann bossed. Chris listened. Just like your situation at home, you boss, Frank listens. They moved to Colorado. By the doctor. Fucking cancer. Oh my God. Oh my God. She saved his life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fucking cancer.
And saw something on Chris's. This is a little bit mind blowing, everybody.
Look his face. I just can't.
Everything was great. Fixes. Whilst they were building their house. Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's... This is a little bit mind-blowing, everybody.
Fucking mind-blowing.
Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's private parts that didn't look normal. They went to the doctors. It was cancer, so it was removed. You have to get away from mother. Absolutely shut the F up. Donnie. Cancer, everyone. It was a fucking wart. And it's burnt off
And you fucking haunted it.
by the doctor.
Burnt off.
Cancer. Oh my god.
Chris Watts has
Oh my
words.
God.
Chris Watts has
Saved his
words.
life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I can't believe this. Nobody cares that how is this not a big thing? I would be so pissed if I found out that Dave, the guy that I was giving my jersey to, is telling everybody that I had warts in my dick. It was cancer. It was a wart. It wasn't cancer. He burnt it off. Like what? And he's doing this unalive. And I'm like, oh my God, is it just me? Or is Dave like legit saying that Chris has STDs? So that means that like Shanann and like NK, everybody has warts on the privates? I mean, this is bombshell. It doesn't have it in the letter. It just has that Shanann saved his life because he had cancer. And he's like, it wasn't cancer, it was warts. Like, warts. I was like, Warts Island. God damn it, Dave, you get me every time. I just can't. And I'm just like, the fuck is he talking about? He's literally saying that Chris has an STD. I mean, right? Mamma Mia, where's Star Mama? I want her to make me a dish, okay? Star Mama, will you teach me how to cook? On his private. I can't believe this man.
I'm sorry.
He is saying that Chris has warts now.
It was cancer, so it was removed. They moved to Colorado and lived with Shanann's friend.
Good. I'm going to hell for this.
Whilst they were building their house. Everything was great. Shanann saw something. Say something.
Cheese.
I'm not smiling. We're not smiling. We're right now. We're talking. Just say something.
What do you want to say? Anything?
Go ahead, you say it.
I'm not sure what to say.
Oh, you're.
Did it already happen?
Yes, Deidre.
Yes, it
It
did.
certainly did. All the shit mods that are gone from here are now modding elsewhere. That is correct.
All the shit mods.
You can have them.
Have them.
No, that's a different tamming. That's True Tam.
True
Different,
Tam.
Mary. Different one. This one's an Aussie.
This one's an Aussie. This is an Aussie. This one's an Aussie. It gets, girl, Ryan Wade, this gets so good.
So,
All the shit
And-
mods.
channels come along like What's the Obsession? And all the shit mods from all around YouTube that have actually been kicked off YouTube, like kicked off all these other places, most of them all mod for her. God help us. Oh my goodness.
All the shit
God
mods.
help us. The tweaker herself.
The tweaker.
Blinkety blink. Blink, blink.
What the fuck? This This is my humor. Just that.
You would do live after live after live and not shut up about me.
Dave, I have
Now
picture
you're
of
all
you with your pants
maintaining
off.
me.
Selfies.
Kylie Rodney Atkins. Why don't and then there's a channel out there, AD. They boasted on his community page the other day. He's got 73,000 subscribers. His best ever watch show in the last few months. Okay, I think he had 600 in chat.
No.
Once.
Nope, it was with me.
Once?
We had like over.
Normally the average is about 400.
We had like 800.
With 73,000 subs.
It's my life. Here he goes. This is my favorite part. Look at that stare, right?
That's just an example. You'll never get out of the United States.
This is so good. Shell shocked right now, David, that you think this fucking shit. This is so fucking classic. What in the fuck is going on? This is so good. This is how rumors get spread. All of you people don't know fucking dick. You don't know your dick from your balls.
Right? Of anything to do with Watts and Heather.
Heather.
/ murder. At all. What Heather did in misleading us all is completely and utterly fucking wrong. Because she's a lesbian and a mother.
News to me.
And Miranda's mother doesn't approve.
What in the
You all go all out on the lesbian and gay community of YouTube.
Where are you getting your facts?
Not only that, you had a pedophile supporting you. I will say pedophile. He's a sexual offender and will be for life.
For life.
He will never get into Australia.
Lana, you have a PPO for
He'll
life.
never get out of the United States.
So that's...
Caroline D. So you shared it over onto your community page, and Caroline D. wrote something vile.
I mean vile.
And disgusting.
I'm choking.
And I was in a chat last night and you said, oh, it made me cry. Your video was so beautiful, Dave. Well, I'll tell you right now, Caroline D wrote that fucking comment and you hearted it. You hearted it. Well, that tells me just the person you really, really are.
How fucking dare you?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unfucking. Oh my god. You haunted it. So mad right now. Unbelievable, Elliot. Jackson. You heartless. You fucking haunted it. Look at him, chat. Wait. Oh god.
So.
Tell me.
Just letting you all know.
He was so upset about this. Tell us.
Unbelievable.
This is how I was practicing.
Life.
Will be for life.
He will never get into Australia. He'll never get out of the United States.
I don't think he's trying. Oh god. I gotta go.
Right? Of anything to do with
I'm
Watts
just laughing.
and Heather. / unmurdered. At all.
I can't stop laughing.
What Heather did in misleading us all is completely and utterly fucking wrong.
Completely and utterly fucking
Because
wrong.
she's a lesbian
Because she's a lesbian?
and a mother,
She's not a mom. She's not a mom.
and Miranda's mother doesn't approve,
I wouldn't approve if my friend fucked my fucking mom.
you all go all out on the lesbian and gay community of YouTube.
and will be for
Not
life.
only that, you had a pedophile supporting you. I will say pedophile. He's a sexual offender and will be for life. He will never get into Australia. He'll never get out of the United States.
Son of a bitch.
Caroline D.
Oh God.
So you shared it over onto your community page, and Caroline D wrote something vile. I mean vile and disgusting. And I was in a chat last night and you said, oh, it made me cry. Your video was so beautiful, Dave.
Let's get up back in.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Caroline D wrote that fucking comment. You hearted it. You hearted it. Well, that tells me just the person you really, really are.
Why? Who cares? She probably sleep-hearted it. Dave, it's gonna be okay.
Let Shanann rest in fucking peace. Sick. Sick human.
Where is this poison?
That was out of reach of the children. And on top of the stuff. I am going out on a limb with this. But a couple of photographs. There you go.
It's going. He's hot at it.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Hi, girl Ryan.
Right, Saturday my time. Right, so anyway, the person who I tried to help with the mental illnesses that we all as a team tried to help with his mental illness
Good night, JJ.
turned on us
Turned on
big
us.
time
Turned on us.
in a massive way.
That fucking skank.
But she's your best mate, Kiss.
Kiss.
Then there's the other one.
Tammy. Go for it, Tammy. Go for it.
Alright, so
Kiss.
just want to let you all know all the shit mods that are gone from here are now modding elsewhere. That is correct.
God bless you,
So,
Dave.
you can have it.
You can have him. Thank you, David.
No, that's a different Tammy.
It's a
good
different Tammy, but
Different
one last time on his dick. He's got some warts. Breaking news.
I'm sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, to get away from mother. Absolutely shut the F up. Donnie.
Here we go.
Cancer, everyone. It was a fucking wart. And it's burnt off. By the doctor. Fucking cancer. Oh my god. Oh my god. She saved his life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fucking cancer.
I saw something on Chris's. This is a little bit mind blowing, everybody.
I can't believe he's talking about Chris's dick. Look at his face. I just can't.
Everything was great. Pizzas, whilst they were building their house. Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's. This is a little bit mind blowing, everybody.
This is mind blowing.
Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's private parts that didn't look normal. They went to the doctors. It was cancer, so it was removed. Yeah, to get away from mother. Absolutely shut the F up. Donnie. Cancer, everyone. was a fucking wart. And it's burnt off
And you fucking haunted it.
by the doctor.
It's burned off.
Cancer. Oh my God.
Chris Watts has
Oh my
warts.
God.
Chris Watts has
Saved his
warts.
life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You guys, this isn't bullying. This is legit a man saying he's reading something, and then out of the blue, while he is reading factual information, he's then saying it wasn't fucking cancer, it was a hamster. Now he's saying that Chris has warts and that he had to burn them off. Well, I mean, wart on his dick? Like, what is he talking about? Even if he thought that, why is he saying Does Chris Watts know that Dave said he has warts? It's just... I don't know how anybody can say this is bullying. I am simply saying that is how rumors start. Where is he getting that information? And I just really wish he would have been wearing his jersey when he was saying it. So, again, I want to thank everybody that was here watching, participating. I tried to... editorializing Lana. It is wild, and he haunted it. Yes. There you go. Hope you guys have had a great night. Hope you guys' Halloween was great, and want to wish everybody a great week. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I try to answer as many questions as I could, because I feel like every time I do go on ADs, I miss all of your guys' stuff. But yeah. So again, thank you. And this live put me over 5,000, so it's a pretty cool live to have that happen on, that it actually had something to do, I guess, with Watts, and that's what I talked about on my first live. So again, thank you. Thanks to the mods that were over in AD's channel. You guys are great over there. Always nice and kind, respectful. Again, thank you to my mods. I'm sure they had their hands full. I'm sure I'll hear about it later. Give a shout out to Dave. Me dressing up as you for Halloween. You should be flattered. So please take it that way. And because I do agree that Carolyn D is a vile bitch. And Allie hearting it. Of all the people, it just had to be Allie Erickson to heart that. Because it just goes with my life over here. And Allie to this day has never said anything about it. So she probably doesn't even know about it. Love all of you guys. Jennifer, it's so good to see you. And a lot of people that got to have found you on AD. Yes. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. I focus on my cases. I'm factual. I do a lot of research. And then I like to have some fun as well. So definitely a shout out to Dave. Absolutely. Dave, my laughs wouldn't be as, I guess you could say, as often without you. So please keep up the good work, and just really consider the source with whatever you're being told from KK, because it's not true. And go ahead and try to find anything on the Watts case that I've lied about. It's not there. I don't need to lie. So, again, thank you, everybody. You guys have a good night, okay? Take care. Till next time. Out. Check out Sunset Secrets if you guys like documentaries. Season 3, episodes 1, 2, and 3.